So far in the Star League, we unfortunately haven't seen many upsets just yet, but revenge matches, that has been our forte so far, moving onward into the round of 4 playoffs for the Star League fall season. My name is Fel, joined here by Mason, and today we could maybe see one of those upsets, but in terms of how solid these two teams are, Butler University and Fisher College, they're right up there on the top of the list. I mean, round of 4 for them makes a lot of sense. I've seen Butler as a finalist team countless times now in the Star League, and Fisher, they're really getting their groove in here as well for the Premier stage. So taking a look at these two teams for our first best of 3, Mason, I'm extremely excited.
Fisher, always a strong staple name now in the collegiate scene. And on the other end, you have Butler, who is just a really solid team, right? I mean, these guys, they know what they're doing. They've been really coming up. I feel like ever since we were at like the Columbus Land is when I feel like we got to see Butler start to really become a team. And even now with more roster changes, new players coming into the scene, more support from the Butler college, I think that Butler is a really solid school. Definitely have an opportunity to nab an upset win over Fisher. But with them previously meeting up in the season, Butler's only loss was to Fisher. So this is a revenge match, as you said, John.
Yeah, I was going to mention, you might be wondering why exactly are Butler the underdogs. Well, it's like you mentioned that they've faced against Fisher and they lost that series 2-0. And Fisher, like you also mentioned earlier, they've been on the come up since probably last year at this point. I remember when they were just starting out inside of collegiate, they were a bit of a sleeper pick, so to speak, but since they've kept a pretty solid formation of that core roster, still keeping Beezer, Mabel inside of their primary group as well, but also having a couple of new introductions like Scoop, for example, they've been an absolute force in the fragging department and still being able to find those moments of adaptability, which is something that can be slept upon from time to time inside of collegiate. And for Butler University, their roster hasn't changed that much as well. I believe we actually covered this best of 3 series back during the regular season for the fall, Mason, where it's Big Chi, Gravy, Jonesy, Raikai, and Madog as their core roster as well. I am interested to see if maybe some of the map pool could be a little different compared to when they played last time, because I think we went to more default picks like Oregon, for example, where maybe we don't see that today, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. I think that Fisher, with that addition of Scoob, as you mentioned, John, and Techwell as well, has really grown that team. I mean, Scoob is one of the better gunners in that T3, T2 kind of realm, right? And kind of one of those upcoming players. And on the other end, for Butler, they don't have any of those super staple name players, but these guys have been grinding collegiate for a long time. A lot of these players have been here for a while, with the exception of Madog. They are, I believe, a freshman and one of the newest players here for Butler University. So Butler, they've got some new faces, new blood, and sometimes that's what it takes to help yourselves as you grow throughout collegiate. I mean, I remember when I was a new recruit for GCU, and I came in, and we actually started playing really good around that time. So it always depends on the new faces, the new blood that you see, and how that may impact your roster as you get into playoffs. The biggest thing to look at, though, is that inexperience level on the Butler end. I feel like Fisher do have a little bit more experience and timeliness when it comes to playing in those high-pressure matches like this one is tonight in semifinals.
Well, let's see if the Bulldogs have prepared for sweater weather, because we're going to Chalet for map number 1, a pretty frigid environment, if I say so, and it's getting to that point as well during the season, too, so really do miss the summer weather once in a while, but hey, just layer up there. Butler's starting out on the offense, whereas Fisher begins their defensive half for their map selection. I think we've seen Fisher play on this map several dozen times. It's become a staple inside of North America as a whole. And for collegiate, it's grown on a lot of teams as well. A lot of opportunities to go on that roam extension while defending. But also for the offense, if you don't want to focus on that primary extension, you can, on specific bomb sites, go more direct. So it does allow for a lot of counterplay, which some teams can really get behind.
Dope to be that first operator off the board. Very strong here on really any map in R6. I feel like Dokkaebi has just become a staple ban now for most of the scene. Ying also extremely useful, especially in a map like Chalet where there's so many windows, there's so many different angles you can throw those Candelas and blind those defenders in sight. So I think Ying is an excellent ban for the side of Butler to make sure they are off the board. Solus as well, again, one of the most potent and strong operators on Chalet. I feel like anytime you think of a Solus plant denial from above or below, it's probably happening on this map.
Final ban to sort things out here before we hop into the official matchup. It'll be a Valkyrie, so all things considered, given the context of the map and like you had phrased specifically for Dokkaebi and Ying, all these bans make a lot of sense. I remember Fisher being a very execute-focused composition. They love maps like Oregon where you can just go direct, and if you have enough utility, that can give you the space needed to play for the objective. So having her off the board is just fine. Interestingly enough, we're still going to have Warden in selection by TechWheel, but to be fair, when playing the basement, having an operator who can bring a shield is very helpful, which he is in fact doing, and a 1.5 optic is something that you're never really going to see players specifically stray away from. So just having that combination and potentially still seeing smoke operators like Capitao, which is funny enough something in selection by Butler here for this Phase of 4 bomb site as of right now, he can still be a very viable selection to hard counter that specific operator.
Well, let's talk about the operator lineup that's being brought by Butler. I mean, they highlighted a Blitz, a Capitao, a lot of different operators. Obviously, they have changed now since they realized they are attacking the basement. But when they were showing all of those aggressive operators, Warden would have been an excellent pick, a perfect pick to counter whatever rush play that Butler were crafting up. Maybe we'll get to see that in the future if Fisher do choose to go to like dining and kitchen or bar and games where Butler may have pre-planned their attack.
Seems like there is an emphasis on the extension above the objective, which, again, very common for a map like Chalet. The basement floor, in particular, for almost any map, really does incentivize teams to use the whole map to their advantage in order to waste time and resources, specifically getting rid of that drone economy, which we already have 4 taken off the board. So thankfully there's operators like Zero who can prioritize flank watch, and Gravy who can be very helpful at isolating defenders and also clearing out the map a bit more effectively without that drone economy being up to tip-top shape. But again, going back to the defense, whilst they're on this extension, they've got the Fenrir playing by the trophy staircase, and now that the Lion's playing here on this cutoff angle, he's got to make a decision whether to try to fall back now and go for a gunfight against the Lion or just try to waste more time. But Scoob across the map is actually the first person to find a pick. And although Raikai didn't look down the staircase immediately, he reacts in time and still gets rid of Cappy, now having a man advantage back in the favor of Fisher. But there was still a moment of bloodshed here by the defense. Now Scoob's gone as well.
Crazy gunfights early on. Scoob finding so many important picks. Cappy, unfortunately, just getting caught off guard with that rappel into the solar windows. But still, Fisher, they edge out on top, right? They've got that 3 versus 2. Only the Ace and Twitch to remain. Still a lot of time for Butler on the attack to work out these last few defenders. There's still one roamer actually inside a kitchen. Big Chi, though, I don't think has any idea about Maple, who is sitting inside a kitchen, finds the headshot. Last alive is Raikai. They're trying to do the dirty work from Trench, but really, as the Ace in this position, there's not much you can do. Still top floor control, no diffuser even in hand here for Butler. So Raikai tries to have to win the fight. They do so against Maple. It'd be an incredible Ace clutch on 1 HP now, but still 60 seconds, a little bit of time. The issue is Raikai has 0 drones, so he's got to guess where those last few defenders are.
Quite literally no utility. Only thing I could see him using here is just finding a mute jammer to destroy, and then maybe getting some of these walls opened up, trying to remove the shield from the equation if he can line it up. He was looking for a cheeky pixel angle on the mute's foot, that being Beezer, but stars did not align for him. Goyo Vulcan pops off, so he cannot go down West Main. He'll be forced to go through the front side of the map, and a Goon Mine will detect his intentions, and another Vulcan pack will detonate, forcing him to open up the hatch. That's a dead giveaway and a bit of a death trap, to be quite blunt, so he'll just rotate around, head towards the dining room hatch, and hope for the best, but yeah, it doesn't work out for him. Beezer's still watching that position like a hawk, given every other location's locked down via the Vulcan packs. And there it is. Straightforward round win for Fisher off a very successful roam.
Yeah, more than enough information for Fisher to work off there in the end, whether there is a camera up or simply just the audio of the Ace stopping around. Like I said, there's really not much that the Ace could do in that scenario, John, right? got a couple bodies to still find. No drones was the biggest issue. Had a few Selmas, and they were able to get at least that connector hatch open and try to make a little bit of noise, try to give themselves some sort of opportunity. And they took it, but in the end, when you're in those 1vx situations, especially against a good coordinated team like Fisher, they're going to get themselves set up. They're going to find the way to end the round as cleanly as possible. And they do just that. Now, this is the round I'm excited for. No! Stop dropping the blitz. I want to see it. I want to see the rush play that Butler has, like, crafted up. Like, there's no way that's their default lineup set for, like, the very beginning of every single round until they, like, have to figure out what side is and then they swap it all around. I want to see some fireworks. I want that
we see the
blitz.
vision. Unfortunately,
I like it.
Unfortunately, Butler has gone blind to this work. It's also really funny because Fisher, they are no strangers to running a bit more unorthodox compositions that work around a blitz pick. So maybe if Butler don't end up bringing out that German operator, we could see the tide turn once the sides eventually switch. But we do still have some sort of a shield operator. Instead, it's going to be Osa. So once this top floor is cleared out, you can see a couple of Talon shields deployed for the main breach to help assist during that post plant, and also potentially using a Talon shield above as well, with kind of the same idea that once the primary wall is opened up by Office, you have some nice, natural cover to work around, giving you easier gunfights if someone is to try to challenge you. But in the first 50 seconds, it's already a decent map clear by Butler. They're working both above by Library, heading in through that double window, and down below via games, and Brava drones being sent through, maybe to find some early destruction of those gadgets, and again, just primary info, since that is the main point of Brava's gadget. It is a drone after all.
Jonesy's probably finding more ground inside of the bomb site than they were expecting on the Brava. I feel like Twitch would have been like a huge W pick from Butler if they had a chance, due to the fact that Mira is on the board. Raikai, one of those thermite charges, did they get shot from mezzanine? I don't think that top wall got opened up. It didn't. I don't know what stopped it from getting open, but that mezz wall will stay closed, which means Butler only have one more thermite charge to try to open up the site wall. I have no idea, like, what could have possibly stopped that wall from getting open. I don't know what Scoop is doing, challenging everybody. Mad Dog, though, it forces a team kill. Jonesy finds the opener, but still, Scoob ends up somehow getting his own trade out of it. Gravy falls. There's no more Osa shields now available for the plant. Instead, wherever they're placed is where they're going to have to remain for the rest of this round. Raikai, though, finds a nice pick onto Beezer in the bomb site, but now swings a little too aggressively, and there's still contention from that west main side by Maple.
Now the question is, can Fisher utilize that vertical because the wall above has not been opened up via the exothermic? The question seems to be no, simply because they've got no more bodies on that top floor, but they've actually equalized. Maple and Cappy win their ones against Raikai and Jonesy respectfully. And now that puts us in an awkward spot for Butler. They could maybe utilize those grenades and track stingers to close the gap against this defensive hold down below, but instead they're going to try to slow things down, have Mad Dog work this verticality, and finally pop out a track stinger near that rotate hole. A nade soon to follow up, and Big Chi looking to get through this main doorway by dining, but he's been detected via by the deployable camera, meaning that they know exactly where these last two attackers are, and Fisher will just simply play off the timer. The prone drop is heard, the connections landed on a Big Chi, leaving just Gridlock on an island, quite literally in the midst of kitchen, and they've got nothing left to do except see the timer tick down to 0. Fisher up by 2.
So unlucky there for Butler. That was the best round, the best opportunity they had by far. That bulletproof info, the very end of the round, denying that plant. Also, the smoke in front of the Mira. Again, that bulletproof saw exactly through it. That was able to give the pings necessary for Fisher, the last two defenders, to fight their way back, being Cappy and Maple. And it really came down to a few little mistakes. A team kill by Butler. Also, the Brava drone that was in sight not spotting the default, or that bulletproof camera. I mean, there was a few just minor little things. That should be a default, like, bulletproof that you always check for inside a kitchen on top of the planter box. It's also a spot that teams or people may like to rat here and there. It doesn't really work in the competitive side because droning is much, much better on our end. But still, even then, a massive couple of blunders there for Butler in a round that definitely should have been theirs. And Fisher snag a nice little 2-0 lead to start. So now we go to Bar, and now finally this is the lineup that Butler are looking to stick with the blitz.
It was really unfortunate how separate the last two Butler attackers were. They were clearly trying to rely on that 4v2 advantage they had, which I don't blame them. That makes perfect sense to me. But the problem is, again, once you lose that advantage and both attackers can't play off each other nor go for the objective, which was the main idea that Butler were trying to work around, Fisher were able to adjust quite well once they had learned planting was no longer an option for Butler. But we finally have it, Mason. I don't know if you mentioned it, but Blitz is online for Mad Dog. And we've got the Capitao in play. But Finka's dead. From main stairs, they are trying to barrel themselves past this staircase to get into sight, but Maple counters it perfectly. Mad Dog looking the wrong way, gets shut down instantly. In the first 40 seconds, there's 2 bodies off the board completely.
Yeah, Blitz Rush wasn't too good here from Butler. They tried to preempt something, and unfortunately the attack just not going in their way. Really due to the hands of Maple, who just sat at the bar door. Was never cleared out by Butler at all. Raikai trying to find the nade onto the player inside a dark. I actually don't even know if there's still a player deep in library there, even though Gravy will walk in the front door, finds a kill. Now they rotate from blue. This is where you gotta watch. Tech Will finds him off guard, gets that pick back for Butler. And now, or for Fisher rather. And now Butler, Jonesy last alive as Raikai pulls to Tech Will. This Warden just doing wonders up on the top floor here. And the Capitao now has to try to really pull off a hero's clutch with a minute and a half. And Butler, they might have to take a timeout here, John. 3 attacks, 3 nothing burgers for them. And really just raw. Fisher are just locked tight on the defense.
Well, your question has been answered. It does seem like Butler will be going for a timeout, hoping to salvage what they can in the midst of this first half that has gone the exact opposite of what they were hoping for. Side note as well, Mason, since we've got time to kill for this long timeout. You mentioned Nothing Burger. I have said that phrase so many times, my mother now says it.
It's becoming a part of my vocabulary too.
Yeah, I think
because
I have
of
a
how
problem.
much we've casted. Yeah, it's starting to become a part of my vocabulary, which, I'm here for it because Nothing Burger I think is a W. There's a couple of Nothing Burgers between Jonesy and Big Chi too. So.
Oh no, he had to bring it up.
Drawing them out.
I mean, the scoreboard's literally right in front of us. I mean, it was only a matter of time, right?
Yeah, kind of had to. Kind of had to do it a little bit dirty. It's hard for these teams too. They've got the Thanksgiving break coming up, so some of these players could be at home. You never know with how these players play. I know Fisher are usually all in person, so I don't know if all the players are still there at the school, or maybe they're back at home on their home setups, and maybe they're a little comfortable. They look really solid right now, and on the Butler side, maybe they're not so comfortable.
Speaking of comfort, though, I know the facility inside of Fisher is quite nice, but the downside of being a Falcon is that you have to commute through Boston, which is something only a few people have to experience in real life. Others just have it in their nightmares, which to them,
Poor Caroline.
Yeah, poor me, Brian. Half my childhood life was around Boston to go to Red Sox games. It is just big yikes. Hey, at least we have a good Amtrak system from Providence to there, I suppose. But regardless, like you mentioned, not a lot of places you can probably find practice at this time of the month in the fall because everyone's beginning to leave for Thanksgiving break. So if you don't have any, actual collegiate games you need to play, you're not really in that much of a hassle to go look for competition. So maybe there's a bit of rust that needs to be taken off by Butler in these first couple of rounds, and that potential reset via the timeout could be the remedy for that specific rust. Fisher now going back down below into the basement where we talked about earlier. They had a phenomenal roam game, granting them several opening picks, and it seems like because of that early success on the roam, Butler will try to ignore at least a fraction of it. They'll still have a few people going up above, but the main goal, it looks to be, is getting that snowmobile wall opened up and potentially getting some lobby presence as well to go for a direct take on that side of the map and not so much trench.
I wonder how this Montaigne is going to help aid the attack from Butler here. More than likely, you'll just have Big Cheese standing in the front of the breach and absorb bullets like a sponge while Raikai tries to get that diffuser planted behind him. They're actually using the Monty to go for this roam clear, and they know about this player inside of games. Big Cheese just drops the shield Will, what are you doing, my man? I mean, you're completely caught off guard, but Maple's sprinting through the middle of bar and finds a kill. Gravy, thankfully, there for the trade, but there goes the Montaigne, and maybe Butler's entire facet and their plan on attack has just gone completely off the board. What?
I'm not too sure. I think that was kind of the idea, is make the roamers near stock uncomfortable and then I guess take a 1v1 gunfight against Will and win. That's crazy, but it worked. And all things considered, if you're not going to use the Montaigne to help cover that plant, there really isn't any negative downside to having Montaigne dead in this man advantage. That was just an insane round. With a minute 15 left to go as well, and still plenty of utility like those frag grenades, this could be winnable for Butler, as all they gotta do is play for the trades, and Raikai does exactly that. Bees are gone from connector, forcing a 2 versus 3 retake with both defenders up above, and it's another trade. It's just direct via Mad Dog and Scoob, as they will quite literally kill one another, and Cappy's got a retake against Vulcan Fire. Yeah, you can't sit in that. That does damage. And unfortunately here, with that camera being destroyed, Cappy's got no info to work off of either, so we'll have to peek these directions blind. Sledge will give away his position, though. Pre-firing the staircase.
Oh!
And Raikai is just exposed!
Way!
Oh my god!
Way they are picking that.
I mean, hey, good reaction time by Cappy and common sense, but why were they peeking? Why were Butler peeking there? That's insane. Just play time. Yeah, thank you, Brennan. My thoughts exactly.
Trying to find the words.
Great googly moogly. Please stop, Maple. Please stop.
I'm trying to find the words, but there's no words to even.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
Yeah. There's no words to even describe that round. I mean, the Monty with the entry pick, and then the roam clear falls because they lose the Monty. It's a good execute by Butler. I mean, they get in the site. It's a double retake from Fisher, but there's no way you give Cappy those two 1v1s. There was no need for the Sledge to go for the swing there on the shelf, right? They can sit there, waste as much time as possible. If the Thermite plays the contact for the Sledge, even if the Sledge loses the fight, or if the Thermite loses the fight, Cappy dies. Like, there's no way she wins that fight. There's no world she has a right in winning those fights. But because Butler gave two easy 1v1s, it really doesn't take a lot other than decent crosshair placement and a couple taps of the gun barrel to go brrr, and Cappy with a huge 1vx, a huge 1v2 for Fisher in that round. And that might chalk Butler up pretty hard, John. This is their map pick, and they're down 4-0 on attack, even after taking the attack timeout.
Widowy just don't peek. It's that simple. Widowy just don't peek. And I didn't look at the map ban specifically, so I thought this was Fisher's pick because I've seen them play on this map like several times. I'm really shocked this was Butler's selection. Don't get me wrong. We've seen a lot more in the meta currently, defender favoritism, because there's so many good options to bring in that lineup. But not to the extent where you're going to have like 4-0 splits like this on Chalet. This is just Fisher playing their game.
Chalet.
Yeah, this is just Fisher playing their game and Butler unable to adjust off of that. They've already had a better round here, though, for which they've opened up the breach above by Office, but it looks like Fisher was more willing to have that happen, as they're actually a little bit farther back on this top floor playing via Closet and the half wall near Piano, to instead allow Butler to maybe walk into their own extension and hope for the best. And that is just, okay, that's a fight you got to win. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Scoob will get the first entry, but Raikai above, I believe, having more success, will shut down the Legion. Breach will be opened up, no questions asked about it. The only concern I might have here for the offense is how are they going to close the gap? I'm assuming they're going to be using smoke grenades and maybe a frag to clear out the mirror window. But if Mad Dog ends up dying here, this could be a big problem when it comes to that post-plant position.
Well, Beezer still poised on the mirror. Got Maple above still to deal with any of that vertical and deny. Thankfully, this time for Butler, that main wall, that top mez wall, has been opened up. Where Cappy finds a big pick on a big Chi. Currently sitting at 1-5. A really upsetting performance for the Butler side. Mad Dog will try to throw more of those gridlock stingers. I'd really like to see more usage out of the grenades from Butler. Just in general, their util usage has not been great. These nades sit in pocket for so long. Mad Dog catches Tech Will off guard completely for free. The issue is Maple is rotated around in the main lobby, so he's going to find a freebie, maybe even a second onto Jonesy. Get a wall, why don't you? Mad Dog lasts alive inside a piano. A flank watch not good enough by the gridlock. And Maple does end up falling, but still the damage is done. The round basically over as it falls to a standstill. Beezer can sit behind the mirror window. Cappy has the long eagle from kitchen. There's nothing Mad Dog can do.
5 seconds left to go. Maybe if Mad Dog had more time, they could have used those frag grenades and track stingers to clear out the power spots that both Cappy and the mirror were playing in, but that was not the way this story was panned out to go. One more round, we could see a flawless half by the Falcons, as they have been beautifully countering Butler's attacks. And it just seems like they're always starting with the wrong foot leading in the first minute of the action phase. It's either an unfortunate death to someone, whether it's Scoob roaming as the Legion and Gravy just not hitting enough shots, whether it's, you know, a flank happening because there isn't enough info on the game, because the drone economy's been a little lackluster at sometimes for Butler, or it's simply put, when you try to execute, you just die. It's been one of those three primary story points for Butler and Fisher. I mean, they're just kind of reveling in it at this point. This is I was gonna say, I've never seen that shield before. Hugging the wall like that. This is kind of crazy. I think I see the vision here, so you can kind of counter like the library hall window. But...
that shield is terrible.
Oh, because they're gonna extend into office. I see. Okay, well, now that makes more sense. But
the issue is if you open that Mez wall from the balcony, then it's just over for all the util that you've invested.
Also, Flores. No mute.
But
Flores.
like, if you bring an ace, right, and you just open that top wall, even if there's like someone to shoot off the ace charge, if you just smoke it quickly or something, you got the twitch with the smokes. There's plenty of ways to get that wall opened up. I like that Butler are changing up their attack though, right? They're trying to do something a little different. The issue is you have the Habana playing Mez, and with this aggressive, or in the library rather, with the aggressive extension that Fisher have into library and office side, sorry, I don't know if having the Habana over here is going to do much. I mean, you might be able to get this Mira open, but that's really it. They're going to try to get it open early. There's no one there inside a closet to get it shot. So I think the Mira is opened up. Gravy and the rest of Fisher, or Butler rather, they try to get themselves inside of the master side. And there's Big Tree. Finds a nice opening pick on to Scoob. A good start here for Butler.
Absolutely. Still having those dread mines be a potential threat is, of course, something to take note of. But the ones that are active will remain active, and the ones that are not, well, it's the same thing. So that's at least something to be aware of. But losing out on the Flores, that's kind of problematic. You've got several shields to worry about on this top floor. You've got mirror windows. You've got magnets that could have been cleared out. And now Mad Dog is dead. All of your clear is gone in 10 seconds flat. And so's Gravy. He's eliminated. What happened? Butler started out in the right direction with a fabulous opening pick, and then they just walk in and die. I don't know if they're not droning, if they're not able to play for trades because they're too spread out on Chalet, but something is just not clicking on these Butler attacks, and it's for the 6th time in a row now Fisher have been able to capitalize off of that, and albeit they had a disadvantage off the rip, they're now in a one-man lead with mirror windows and the potential of dread mines still available depending on where they are active.
Yeah, teamwork and team play just hasn't quite been there here for Butler. Flashbang goes through. They know about the player inside of mud. That's Raikai trying to work just a little bit quicker. Now the Habana gets that bar hatch opened up. That's going to force Techwill out of this position. There's no way you're going to be able to play there with that hatch opened up. But you can still hold the angle. Raikai finds a pick on to Beezer. Now this round, all of a sudden, more winnable. Unless you peek the hatch blindly and get dusted by Techwill. Last alive is Big Chi. Will peek the same angle and nearly fall to the same fate as the Habana. But now Techwill gets out of dodge. Cappy's still locked inside of the mud room. Big Chi will drop down in the lobby. Issue is there's not much time on the board, and Cappy's still inside of stock. Can hang out. Actually, I'm sorry, that's Techwill instead of stock. Cappy's still in mud, hasn't even been cleared. and Big Chi loses their head. It's a flawless defense by Fisher, going up 6-0 on their end.
I have no comment. I don't know.
There's not much to comment.
No. I mean, again, Fisher, they're spotting isolated attackers. They're picking good times to look for kills. And again, we've seen the lack of info. You highlighted that perfectly during the hatch engagement in the final minute. Something I mentioned briefly were the lack of trades. It really feels like in these 2v3 or even man advantage positions for Butler in the early 5v4 and they're winning entries, it feels like people are just playing across the map where they're not going to find anything valuable there. And it seems like such a disjointed team against Fisher, who are willing to take those gamble 1v1 gunfights. And when they win them and they're able to fall back and play off of that defensive utility, there isn't much left for Butler to do, especially since their first people to die are usually the most util-focused operators, like the Gridlock, who is their only nade player 9 times out of 10. There Flores, who is, considered one of the best ops to clear out shields because he's kind of a one-man army. Losing these opportunities has been very dramatic for Butler in terms of their round count now. But they get to look to greener pastures on the defense, perhaps, where they're bringing out a plethora of operators. The Chonka is definitely someone I'd like to highlight the most because, again, deployable shield for top floor, that's great. Making those lines of sights with his LMG. But also Shamika launchers, maybe that could be a way to slow down Fisher since they've been rather volatile. But they're not stopping whatsoever. They're finally shut down because Jonesy lands his shot, so there goes the Iana. But Tekwill hops in as well. This might be over before we know it, Mason, because there's already 3 bodies stuck on cams.
Early action from Fisher. They get active. They get aggressive. Cappy finds a kill as well. I wanted to talk about the defense from Butler because I didn't like the setup at all. That castle barricade inside the library closet just causes... You have to rely on a castle barricade and a player in closet to deny all of library, essentially. It's just not the play. Jonesy lasts alive in a 1-on-3 now. Makes it a 1-on-2 with a nice little headshot. But the issue is they've got 1 HP and Fisher are in the bomb site. Jonesy has to retake. But look at the defensive setup. There's no rotations. There's no way for the word to get through. And now Fisher could just post plant. Jonesy has to try to fight the players inside a game. What? But Cappy is lost in the sauce. Last alive is Maple by the bar. They take the fight and win it. And Fisher go flawless on Chalet. Butler's map pick 7-0.
Hopefully, for Butler's sake, Nighthaven can be better. But I'm not so sure. That was just... I don't even know how to perfectly articulate this, but that was exactly the point we mentioned going into round number 7 was Fisher are willing to be aggressive and take those gamble fights. Because sure, they may have lost the entry, but everyone committed to that aggressive play style. And clearly Butler were not prepared for that. So it worked like a charm. And then you had just Jonesy alive, who was already damaged earlier from Beezer. So that round was pretty straightforward. It was a great clutch attempt by the Warden, but he still had the post plant to worry about and still to worry about Maple, who was full HP behind natural cover. So that was just, that was a rough start. That was hopefully just a warm-up round for Butler, or else we will see another 2-0 victory against these two teams. We'll hop into a quick break and return for Nighthaven, and hopefully it won't be so one-sided. Well, if you blinked, Mason, you might have missed our first map of this best-of-3 series to see who goes to the Boise State Finals. It was Butler Fisher, two teams we're familiar with in the collegiate scene, but only one of those two groups seemed to have shown up this fine afternoon as Fisher flatlined them, to put it bluntly, a 7-0 showing here on their opponent's pick of Chalet. It just seemed like there were a lot of general issues Butler were facing, their inability to adjust, getting away from that plan A perspective, and also flat-out aggression that Fisher was just putting on the table. Butler were refusing to deal with it whatsoever. What do you think we need to see more of on Nighthaven if there is a chance for Butler to at least make the map competitive, let alone go to a third and final?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know, John. At least they get a start on the defense, so hopefully they have an opportunity there to get themselves rounds on the board. That's the biggest thing. Get rounds on the board. They had so many moments where they had an opportunity to get a round on the board, to find themselves in a spot where, okay, we can start to give ourselves a little bit of momentum, get ourselves making progress, right? But instead, they just made too many mistakes, especially in those rounds where they had those 1vx's. They're just not able to close and capitalize. And that's the biggest thing from Butler that they've got to fix if they do not want to get bested yet again by the Fisher Falcons. There's really not much else to say, John. It was just a rough map for that side for Butler.
Yeah, I think we've made it quite apparent. Fisher made it quite apparent. So really, the game is just on the eyes of Butler at this point. Again, Nighthaven, it's a sort of new map, but a lot of teams have actually shown to kind of enjoy playing it in the current meta. So hopefully Butler have done their bookwork on their opponent's map pick, because if not, then, you know, we are not going to see Clubhouse at all, which I can't recall the last time I actually saw Fisher play on Clubhouse. Same thing for Butler, but I know that Fisher in the past have played it. So hopefully same thing applies to Butler, that this could be a pretty, even map so long as we get there.
Hopefully it'll be that case. Between these two schools of Butler and Fisher, they're both well represented by their universities and then their Rainbow Six team. And if you're looking to get involved, Naystar League, in partnership with Ubisoft, is debuting a video series later this fall, which features select schools that are actively involved within the Rainbow Six community. If your school, like Fisher, like Butler, have a strong competitive program or maybe a vibrant community like GCU, then we want to hear from you. Apply now at playfly.com/rainbow-6, that link down there on the bottom of the screen, to be a part of Ubisoft's and Naystar League's Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege Meet the Schools video series. John, into Nighthaven Labs we go. Butler still looking for their first round win in this series.
That's also a big shock factor, too, is on Chalet as a whole, it was no round wins for Butler. They had one or two rounds that looked very close. If not, there were moments where they were in the lead. That's an interesting ban by Butler to get rid of Montaigne. They were the only people to bring that out last map, but I think I have seen Fisher in the past bring shield ops here specifically, especially for the base floor bomb site. So I guess it makes sense, but still a little jarring to have him removed completely from just one or two objectives. You could see him in play as a whole. That is, like we were saying, though, a very jarring concept is that Butler, sure, they got 0-2'd by Fisher last time they played, but at least they had rounds on the board. They flawlessly lost to Fisher 10 minutes ago, basically. So this is going to be a very interesting topic to go over when the operator bans have concluded, but since we still have some downtime, might as well take a moment to thank some of our sponsors for helping us bring this season to life, and hopefully through that concept of life, Butler can also be resuscitated since they look to be a little down and out. We'd like to thank CDW Alienware, Pizza Hut, Extra Life, Monster Energy, Duncan, Mavix, Odyssey Mushroom Elixir, U.S. Army ROTC, and LA Comic Con as we start our first round of map number 2 on Command and Servers.
So many wonderful sponsors that have been with us all season, John. I mean, they've really they've been doing God's work, man. I mean, they're doing great. Just like Fisher. Fisher has been excellent thus far through the first map and through the season. And here they are against Butler University on their own map pick of Nighthaven Labs, potentially sending themselves to LAN and to grand finals here inside of the A-Star League. They're only 7 round wins away, or 8 should we need overtime here on their own map pick. But after Chalet, John, I feel like Fisher is just like at a point where they're kind of unstoppable. It's going to be really, really difficult for Butler to find their way back into this match. They're going to have to pull something special together.
Hopefully Magic is in the air. It's almost that time of the year as well, too, so we'll see if maybe the Christmas season could help them out, too, since that's just around the corner.
We're not even at Thanksgiving yet. You
Dude.
Gotta wait for Thanksgiving until Christmas.
Bro, I've been getting Christmas ads since Halloween, okay?
That's crazy.
I have a right as an American to talk about Christmas at any time of year. Deal with it, okay? Especially when it gets shoved down my throat by advertisers, okay? That's just how this works. But Fisher, hoping to work this hard destruction, yeah, that'll be no problem. I was gonna say there's no wall denial, but that's because Raikai's across the map working the other wall by lobby side. I can't blame him, as usually you will see a outside terrace clear first and then a rotate by the kill box, so I can't really fault him for that. But now it'll be just Raikai's job to only focus on that wall, so long as he doesn't die from down below. I would assume a bit of damage has been dealt towards that bandit, and the ace of Scoob is already in connector. There's no one here to challenge him. There's no extension via a deployable shield. It's quite frankly a lot of map control already established by the offense.
And it seems like Butler are finally going to be aware of the Ace's positioning. Scoob inside of E-Box finds a second now onto Big Chi. And they still have the time to get this connector wall opened up. Maple, though, finds a headshot into Gravy. I don't even think Fisher have to worry about going for those steps, because it's a flawless round to start off Nighthaven Labs by Fisher as Maple lets the DMR sing. And Fisher find that first round.
This is rough. That's 8 rounds in a row. I'm sure Butler can find a round in this series. Surely it won't be a 14-0. However, Fisher have still been dominant, now transitioning on to map number 2, their selection for the afternoon. And it'll be a different site set up here for Butler to a complete extent, as they've now gone to the basement, tank, and assembly, with a very bunker-focused composition. They're not looking to overcomplicate things whatsoever. They've got the Chonka back in play, Gravy's on the ward, and there's a Cade and Mute for wall denial, even a Wamai for some utility burn. And maybe that had more to do with, again, that Montaigne ban is, if they don't have to worry about the shield, it'll be 10 times easier to just bunker when playing this basement floor bomb site. So this could be their moment to get a round win in the entire series, but now everybody's moonwalking, so they might have just crashed. That sucks.
Oh, no. Maybe Butler haven't gone for the Thanksgiving break yet. Oh, maybe it's just us. Maybe we're taking the Thanksgiving break a little bit early on the Observer end. So sad. Yeah. I wanted to see that round. At least the teams are still, hopefully, in theory, in the lobby. We can watch them play. Or they'll be able to play, and then we'll be able to just, like, come back into the round and figure out whatever happened. But
Could you imagine the one round that Butler win we don't get to view? That would suck. But
would be
we'll leave it on a
awful.
cliffhanger for now. We'll hop into a short break and return when we're back to visuals.
Well, it was a short and brief disconnection only on our end. We did get to see the end result, which was that Fisher closed out the round against Butler, who then immediately took their tactical timeout. And, John, there's one thing that can describe how that round went, as we're getting to see the game screen for the first time. And, it was a flawless round. We're gonna laugh at Maple.
Yeah, I already
but
did,
also
Brennan,
it was a flawless round for Fisher again, by the way. So 2 flawless rounds back to back to start off Nighthaven Labs for Fisher. Not at all what you want to see if you're a fan of Butler. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a knee slapper.
At least Butler didn't win the round off stream, and that would be like their only round win, and we didn't even get to see it. Like, that would have made me really upset. John said that going into the break, and I was almost crying because I was like, please don't let that be the only round that they win, and we don't even get to see it.
Well, we could still see the redemption arc. We're only 9 rounds deep into Fisher just being the best to ever do it, I suppose. I don't know if we're going to see 10. The double digits, it's possible. See the same clear that we had displayed a couple rounds ago before the rehost went through. And the only difference now is that they managed to get the connector wall opened up first instead of Killbox. So I believe I heard Beezer in the background with his thermite charge. So I'm sure that's been opened up as well. Only thing that Fisher's currently waiting on is Cappy to deploy some EMPs to get rid of the mute jammer effect on the main wall by connector, and yeah, that eventually happens. So we'll just have to wait and see how Fisher can perform when it comes to clearing out the actual bomb site, since they have done every other step and are now back in box for a second time. And another entry.
Beezer, the thermite, fighting the
my
entry.
God.
Maple with a one-tap. Stop it! Stop bullying them. They're already dead, Fisher. Stop putting them down. Gravy finds one. Finally, the first kills start to light up for Fisher, or for Butler rather, but it doesn't even matter because Fisher in the site, getting the diffuser down, and there it is. Post plant established here for Fisher College. Maple has the cross. Gravy has found 3 on the round, however. It is still winnable and attainable for Butler. The issue is they're locked out of the site, and the long crossfire held by Maple collects another few kills with the 417, and Fisher with a flawless start to the first half of their attack.
That was the problem during that 2 versus 2 retake, is no matter what, they had to peek somebody who was behind natural cover, whether it was the ace looking at the only doorway they could get through right beside that Kiva barrier, or Maple, who was in IT. So no matter how you slice it, Butler had to take an awkward gunfight during the post plant, and they didn't win either one, unfortunately. So valiant attempt on the retake to make things that close 2 versus 2, but still not enough to slow down the pain train that Fisher has been riding since map number 1 of this series. That's 10 rounds in a row if we're counting Chalet's 7-0 flawless victory. So this has still not been a hopeful series for Butler, and at this point they're just throwing everything at the wall and hoping something sticks, because they're just going back to command for the 3rd time.
It's the 3rd time we get to see command on stream here by Butler. I don't know, John. I don't know how I feel about this from them. I feel like you just have to switch it up. Maybe try storage and control. Maybe try kitchen and cafeteria. I don't know if the top floor is it. I mean, Fisher have literally walked through you 2 times now up here. Yes, granted, Butler almost had an opportunity to come back, but it's off the back end of Gravy, who's the only player to find kills for Butler throughout this match. And, it's no bueno.
This is
Fisher.
Yeah, this is actually worse than what we had. This is worse than Chalet.
They're just gonna open the wall. They're just gonna do the same thing that they did in the last 2 rounds that they attacked command. They're just gonna walk through IT. They're probably gonna smoke someone. Maple's probably gonna kill people. Oh, he doesn't have the DMR. Never mind. Maple's gonna kill nobody this round.
He will be entryed, actually. I was gonna say,
Maple
do
first
we see?
death?
I was gonna say, Jonesy will probably win the entry because everybody else who has a donut is wielding a shotgun, which I don't know how I feel about that, because Fisher has been, again, very confrontational. So maybe the idea is, okay, if we're gonna play close quarters in sight, let's all run shotguns. Kind of based, actually. But I do feel like that does limit you in the first couple of gunfights if you are playing range, especially by IT, for example. But it'll be a C4. Gravy kills TechWill, so our assumptions will be incorrect, as typical. I don't think I've ever on record gotten a single thing right about casting, but oh there it is, the close quarters confrontation, and he just, what? He just runs at them? That is insane from Mad Hog. I love the passion, but the rest of Butler is still doing just as well with these shotguns, so I guess it's not a problem. That leaves just Cappy and Beezer here in a 2 versus 4. They've got a minute 20 to slow things down and maybe work for a potential reset here, but again, the idea of just playing in the face of Fisher, yeah, this could work, but they're slowly coming back. Hold on a minute, this could be winnable, but no. Cappy gets 1 pumped by Big Chi. Now it's just Beezer outside the map, hoping to kill the Jaeger. That still puts him in a 1v2 with no case control, and Butler, it took them 11 painful and grueling rounds, but they are on the board. History's been made. I don't know if they still have a fighting chance overall, but they're on the scoreboard.
I hate to tell Butler, I hate to tell Gravy there, but my man, you guys have won 1 round out of 11 thus far, and you're on map number 2. I don't think there's the right time to be good-nighting people right now.
Nah, get out while you can, bro. Game is game.
Hey, I guess so. Hey, I guess game is game. But Butler, and they just decided, hey, let's just bring like 3 shotguns and see how it goes. 2 of them being the M870. I don't know what got into them. I don't know who was like, oh yes, we've been losing rounds to Fisher because they're walking at us. Let's bring M870 and see how that goes. It actually worked out pretty decent. It's a nice little adjustment by Butler. The issue is, how long is that going to stay up? How long are they going to be able to consistently keep up with those kills, with the shotguns, and with the bodies? You can see they've completely swapped up their lineup yet again. The Ela Oryx, I just don't know if those are the right defensive operators to bring against a team like Fisher, who has been aggressive and simply sprinting at you. Bring more traps. The Ela is a great pick. Where's Legion, Capcan, Frost, Thorn? I mean, there's so many good trap operators that could be brought out by Butler, and instead they've elected to bring Oryx and Jaeger and Warden, and I don't feel like that's been the biggest issue for them. I think the issue is that Fisher are literally running at them, and Butler have no answer to that.
I mean,
the answer typically is traps, by the way.
Yeah, that's kind of the oldest trick in the book. The first ever meta besides Ashen Jaeger was the trap meta to stop the Ashen Jaeger. It's one of the oldest tricks in the book, quite frankly, for this game. So when in doubt, just play traps and don't run Warden because it has backfired. Even a Finka boost to res Scoop. So you're still all 5 guns up until Big Chi will eventually clean up the down Sledge and even get rid of Maple for a brief moment. But Tekwill is still hot as ever on the spear, looking for more damage, but the Jaeger creeps up. There's Jonesy with the finisher, a nice 2-piece with the 416. Will put Butler back in the lead, but it's quickly traded back. Beezer behind the hard wall will find the person next to the shield, that being Raikai, leaving Jonesy and Mad Dog, I believe, to retake. It would have made sense if someone were able to play vertical to maybe stop that plant, but at this point, seems a little too late for that. Cappy working themselves into the site proper to maybe get behind some natural cover and plant that diffuser. There's currently info that Butler could maybe capitalize on to isolate Beezer, as he's the only gun up if Cappy tries to get that plant down, but he's still working wonders with the 5.56. Mad Dog half HP, looking to find an opportunity here in this round, but it doesn't look like that'll be the case. They know Cappy's planted by default, and they're looking for that first confrontation, but it backfires as Cappy has enough time to get off the plant and readjust. And it looks like Butler's score will continue at just 1 apiece for these 2 maps.
They fought back in that round, John. They finally had an opportunity, got themselves into a nice little 2 versus 2. The issue is Fisher are so good in those late scenarios, in those clutch moments. Cappy especially has really shown up in a couple of big moments here for Fisher in the end of those rounds. Beezer also with a nice pick there at the very end. Couple of bodies to find. And Butler University, again, throwing a man advantage late in the round. That's the biggest issue they've had. They've had the man advantage. They've got themselves an opportunity to win the round. And then they peak. And then they sit in a bad spot. And then they just die. Like, force Fisher to walk at you. Force them to have to play it. Force the timer on the clock to expire. Butler instead are just walking at Fisher, giving him kills. It's like Christmas. It's just like Christmas, John.
The
Maybe
gift
the
that
Christmas
keeps on
reference
giving
is right. The gift that keeps on giving is Butler walking at Fisher and keeps on gifting them kills and rounds that they should not be getting.
Looking back on this now, I will have to face-to-face interact with Brennan Beezer if they win this game. My life will be at stake.
That's scary.
Yeah, that.
I mean, you did
that's
though.
Almost
at
as scary. Yeah, that's almost as scary as the drinking water in Columbus, Ohio.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Boise out of the potatoes. The potatoes are gonna get at you, John.
Yeah.
They might just get to Fisher as well if the train keeps rolling. Tekwill and the rest of Fisher are in sight. And Butler have no idea. Where's the response? Scoop gets a kill on a Big Chi. It seems like Butler are completely lost at the fact that Fisher is literally taking over their home. Their whole domain just falls down. Tekwill finds one. Jonesy finally takes down Scoop, but it doesn't matter because the diffuser has gone down to the floor. And all it's needed are a couple more kills from Fisher. But wait a second. Butler are responding in a more than good enough way. Tekwill with the coverage hasn't a need to deny the diffuser. Beezer hops through. What a retake by Butler. They do it. Jonesy with 4 and the diffuse goes off. Mad Dog gets the counter diffuse and somehow Butler win their second round.
Able to cross before the cutoff player could do anything about it. Quick response via Butler, although they had no idea that Assembly was up for grabs and Fisher capitalized on it. They were able to win enough gunfights to make it a meaningful first half and get a 2-4 split. Not the worst thing we've seen today. And hopefully, again, that gives them some more breathing room on their second half. Only real issue, again, is they've had to use their tack timeout. And 2-4 split is still pretty awkward to tussle from, given you are on the attacking half of Nighthaven Labs. And there's a lot of mini games you have to go through when it comes to attacking this map. Again, a lot of walls you got to get opened up. I really pray Butler bring Thatcher, because it's kind of a requirement for this bomb site when there's any kind of wall denial on the map. There it is. Okay, thank you, Big Chi. I appreciate you for doing that. Taking the noble sacrifice. No more Yana. Instead, we're running support ops this time around.
Yeah, support.
Love to see it. I mean, I guess
I love
Yana is a
support.
little more supportive now because she's got burn with like a Gone 6 and Flash and just info. No more nades.
No.
But
No.
G360 go burn, right? So
Yeah.
I think we can all get behind that.
Yana's a let's run at him and see how it goes type of operator, you know?
Yeah, now if you die, you don't lose nades, so it's like
You
not
don't
as
lose
bad.
it, so it's not as exactly. You just lose
You're double
yourself
downing to the
and
to the
probably
gun
the
meta.
round.
Surely me
okay.
running into the
We still have
entire
one
enemy team with no
G360.
trade won't lead to a round loss, right? Clueless.
Not at
Oh,
all.
they're clueless.
Definitely not Fisher that last round.
Yeah, and Fisher. I've
Definitely
seen my fair
not
share of
Fisher that
trolling by
last
Fisher.
round.
That's so real.
Well, Scoob has an opportunity to kite trick the wall. The issue is with Big Chi running the Thatcher, it ain't gonna happen. I mean, probably not. Anyway, if that frostbite kills someone from Beezer, close right of the wall, that would be insane. What is this angle? Is this the roof? This is dumb, and I love it. Thankfully, the IT wall gets opened up by Jonesy, but that long angle from their roof to look at the connector, that could catch a Fisher body off guard. This is what Butler need to start doing if they want to catch bodies off guard. Scoob is now in a terrible spot, but somehow wins the fight. Where is the trade from Butler? They have a player isolated inside of IT, and no one is peeking. Finally, Big Chi gets one, but gets dusted by Scoob yet again.
Still someone to worry about behind that natural cover. Well, they still have some presence by Aqua, but there could be a crossfire brewing, or at least some contact play between Lomai and Mira. Flash tossed out, however, it's caught via that magnet, so it'll burn a little more seconds away from the timer by Butler. There is no one by top mez. They could rotate, and Gravy actually eliminates Scoop. So now they've got a fighting chance, but because the Ash ended up rotating, that leaves Raikai susceptible to a 1v1, and now that position in Aqua is non-existent for the attack. And these Keepas are still a problem for the offense, despite them having the top floor control via mezzanine, because now they can't look for any perfect angles in that position. It's a 1-for-1 trade between Gravy and Cappy. Now that just puts Mad Dog in a 1 versus 2, 40 seconds left and no diffuser control. They look to rotate back to Aqua to maybe recover that, but that does give a moment for Fisher to also readjust in their own manner and try to play in these rat corners, hoping that Butler will eventually not look the right direction and lose their life, granting Fisher that potential 5-2 split, even closer to the potential of series point before we really started this matchup here on Nighthaven. There's info on one defender right beneath that mirror window. However, Beezer not detected, not spotted at all, not a single bit of damage dealt towards him. That's a free pickup for the Frost. In the second half, it goes off without a hitch for Fisher.
They get off onto their first round of defense and get that win that they needed. And now Fisher are just 2 rounds away potentially from securing themselves to go to Boise. Not too far away for the Fisher Falcons. Unfortunately for Butler, just don't know if they have enough in the tank to come all the way back from the deficit they put themselves in. Raikai is still dropping that good old infamous nothing burger. If they get to the 0-8, that's where the real nothing burger hits, because then you've got the double patty. And that's where it really, like, it hurts. It hurts, John. It's not fun dropping a nothing burger.
Yeah, that does bring the double-edged sword conversation, though, of now you've got nothing to lose. So maybe you want to get a bit more aggressive. That can lead to some mental complications for the game where you're kind of in your own head. Hopefully, for Butler's sake, they're able to bounce back, though, not have that be an issue. But again, the attacking side of Nighthaven can just be a brutal beast to tussle with. Fisher bringing out all the stocks possible. They've got a Mira in place, similar to what Butler had last half. Valkyrie for info, a good amount of wall denial via Maple's bandit batteries, and obviously some roam potential given the fact we're in a basement floor objective. Kind of goes hand in hand, having a roam game while also playing in the lowest region of the map you can. And Butler, of course, aware of that. They bring some pretty solid selections here to maybe, speed up that map clear. They've got Jackal for the Inox scanners. They've got Jonesy dead in just 30 seconds flat. But the rest of their clear actually seems to be doing just fine. Mad Dog and Gravy win their 1-for-1s. No more Valkyrie, no more Magnets in play for this position. The only person they really need to worry about is TechWill still alive on that top floor. But other than that, they can start to hit the site. But
what are you doing?
That's that's the worst thing to do with Maverick. No one.
But you can't stand in front of a Maverick breach and stand. If you crouch, it's okay because they can't see you. But if you're standing, then your opponents can see you. Oh, that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, John.
Oh, they might get a refrag, though. Oh, Tech will hurt him down the hallway. Shreds through 2 attackers above. Could be looking for a 4th, as Mad Dog's not too far away from his fallen comrades. And he'll end up just scurrying away, looking to reposition. Doesn't work out, though. I think TechWill has realized he might have diffuser control. So he'll just start deploying goo mines, slowing down Mad Dog and maybe guaranteeing that this could go to series point. Impact grenade to just try to scurry away Mad Dog. He'll hop right through it, though, as a rotate hole. Spots the goo mine, but he might just walk into it. No, he evades it and even gets a quick Jackal track onto the Legion, forcing them to move as well. This is a massive game of cat and mouse and a huge time burner, and it won't even matter. TechWill, great job on the roam. And unfortunately, it's match and series point for Fisher College. They need one more round, and that's their ticket punched.
Ugh. Well, Butler in an ugly spot. No one wants to be in. He's kind of getting bullied around here in semifinals by Fisher. He's currently leading 6-2 in the fray. Nor only one round away from sending themselves to the NACE Star League Grand Finals and land in Boise, Idaho. TechWill with a huge round there. But just big mistakes. Really big mistakes from the side of Butler. It just doesn't make sense. I don't understand. The mistakes on their end are just rough. And they can't seem to figure it out. I don't know. I really don't have an answer, John, other than Butler just don't look like a team that deserve to be in semifinals today. The way that they're playing, the mistakes that they're making, they're just like they can't figure it out.
And usually Butler, again, extremely competent team too. I remember first seeing them in NACE Star League.
They're always really solid.
Yeah,
I feel like they've always been really good, but they're just getting slapped around.
Either we're seeing the brakes slammed on by Butler in this iteration of their team in the fall season, or Fisher are now just a force to be reckoned with some of their new roster changes. Speaking of the devil, TechWill, their top performer, might have something to surprise the offense. It's a blind fire once the impact goes off, breaking the castle barricade. But no one's there, so it won't be a kill just yet for the defense, or even attacking side if they were to mark it off that in time. Hatch opened up, as there is really not a lot of utility to stop them from doing that, besides a K-Claw that was, I guess, destroyed, or just never placed there, regardless. Or, actually, I don't think the hatch is ever reinforced. That's probably what it was. But a minute off the timer here. No deaths to speak of. And Butler, now they've got the hatch opened up. They can look towards getting vertical down, but I am really surprised they're not bringing a ram or even a buck. They'll have to get inside the building to start working on those floorboards, which could lead them vulnerable to some death. And there it is. Yeah, TechWill is still sitting in electrical. He gets a kill onto the Habana, and it's just an ocean of orange. It was an entry kill for Butler, but soon after they go silent.
It's just about over here for Butler. There's still an opportunity. Gravy making hay. Rain as Scoob falls. The issue is you have no more hard breach. You don't really have a lot of util to work with. No flashbangs. Just a couple of smokes and one ash charge, which gets utilized on a castle barricade. Long angles to be held by Fisher to lock Butler out of the sight and to secure themselves their plane tickets down to Boise, Idaho. Big Chi will walk on through. They try to double up here with Gravy. Pre-fires and all. The issue is you've still got to deal with 3 Fisher defenders. Beezer has the lineup primed and aimed perfectly down on all these doors. Fisher just playing in perfect crossfire. There's the double for Beezer. Last alive is Big Chi, and there's really not much Diana can do. Finds a headshot on a Cappy, but still has 2 more bodies to find.
Probably one of the more consistent players on this roster. If there's anyone to do it, might be Big Chi to keep his team afloat. Smoke grenade tossed out. Good idea, just to make sure you only have one direction to focus on for now. But still no one looking to confront him just yet, and that's some unlucky timing. Beezer springs up right when Big Chi looks away. It's an instant pickup for the castle, and it is over. The Series 1 almost flawlessly. It's a 7-2 and 7-0 victory for the Fisher Falcons, and they will advance to the best of 3 grand final series. What a showing for Fisher College, and maybe a wake-up call for whoever wins the extra round of 4 best of 3, whether that'll be Akron or, of course, JMU, like the reigning champs of the NACE Star League. That it might not just be a walk in the park here. They might have someone that could be a real force to be reckoned with when we get to that LAN environment. But Mason, I guess we just got to give kudos to Fisher, really, because they have had their ups and downs, especially outside of the fall 2023 season. So to see them come back with just such a stalwart composition such as this, I mean, it has been nothing short of fabulous to watch.
Fisher have just been really good all season inside of NACE. And unfortunately for Butler, they were good. They just weren't good enough to topple one of the giants inside of Collegiate. Fisher Falcons just close it out in an easy way. They dominate on map 1 of Chalet 7-0. They do it again, essentially, on map number 2 of Nighthaven Labs with 2 flawless rounds to start off the map. And even on their way to a 3rd, it was shut out a little bit sooner, but still, the fact of the matter is, Fisher outclassed Butler by every single step. There was nothing that Fisher didn't outclass Butler in, and that's why you see them in grand finals.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of the rare moments where we get to do an interview as well, so I'm really looking forward to talking with the Fisher Falcons and seeing what has been the major, course of action that they've been taking to see these massive shrieks of improvement inside of Collegiate. And of course, before we hop into the interview, take a quick little second to thank one of our lovely sponsors, Monster Energy, with their brand new Zero Sugar product as well. People for, centuries at this point, they have been looking for the perfect Monster product. They've been asking for ages now for a Zero Sugar product, and after retooled energy blends, new sweetener systems discovered, and hundreds of failed flavors, Monster has gotten the formula down to a T. Monster Zero Sugar helps fight fatigue, improve mental performance and focus, and even helps motivate you to work and play harder, whether it's video games or schoolwork, since we are in the collegiate circuit at the end of the day. And it makes you feel pretty damn good while doing it as well. Zero Sugar, Monster Buzz, helps you unleash the beast. And of course, our favorite Rainbow Six community e-kitten, Brennan Beezer, he went full cat mode today. So hopefully we get to see him with the ears on at some point during that interview, which we've got ready as well. And it is Brennan who's on the interview as well. So perfect. A familiar face representing the Fisher Falcons. And it's both of us here as well. So we get to chat you up as much as we like with all this downtime. Congrats on your near flawless victory and your ticket punch in the grand finals. How do you feel after having a lights out performance against Butler?
I feel great. I'm actually just really mad that we gave them a round. That's the only thing I gave them 2 rounds, bro. We're gonna dry run after that. We're gonna fix things up because that was unacceptable. We should never drop it around to Butler.
All right. So again, we talked about this before we had the interview actually ready. There's been a real night and day comparison so far to what you guys have displayed as a collegiate team. I remember you guys still having a lot of quirks to fix, going back to the Columbus LAN, for example. But in the fall season, you guys have quite literally been flawless. What has been the major change to really get you past that top 4 position and now make you a top 2 collegiate team inside of NACE?
We have comp players now. Tech1 Scoob. They've been a game changer. You know, Tech was just unstoppable. Scoob has the brains and the gun skill. It's just a totally different team, totally different environment, and we decided when we had our first team talk this semester, we said, hey, we're gonna be number one, and no one's gonna stop us. And so far, it's been looking good.
Fair enough, Mason.
Well, it's been a really solid season, obviously, for you guys, Bees. You're mentioning some of those new pickups of Scoob and Tech Will. How did they, I guess, help you guys isolate your way to playoffs here today? Obviously, you said Scoob has some of those brains. Same with Tech Will and the aim behind them all. What about the core of your roster? How about Cappy? How about yourself? How about Maple? Well, what have you three been able to still incorporate to make sure that you guys are able to get here?
Well, for me in particular, like I just play hard breach now. Like I'm retired, I'm old. I just IGL, tell them what to do.
I know how
especially
you
with Tech
feel.
Will. Yeah, it's a rough day, a rough life. But Maple's always been good. You know, he's played in Canadian CL, he's played in NACO, and then Tech Will's just, I mean, Cappy, like she's been working really hard, learning as much as she can, and she's doing really good. And you can tell from today, she had that one clutch that was insane, and then just played really well. And then we're just like, you know, like we're friends. When you're friends and you work hard together and you all have the same goals, like it just comes naturally.
Yeah, it's definitely that team synergy, that good team vibes often leads you to be really strong just in the collegiate scene or in any scene in general. I definitely strongly recommend that. How about just any recommendations for anyone looking to get into collegiate or into collegiate Siege? Well, what's your like biggest tip of advice to any viewers that might be watching?
Don't complain about schools that give scholarships. Don't complain about teams that recruit it, because at the end of the day, it's Siege. If you want to get better, play the game. You put the time in. Just because we have all these, our school has done so much for us, does not mean that we're just going to win no matter what. We could not scrim. We could not practice. You have to actually want to win. You actually have to want to be better. So when I see people on Twitter talking about, oh, they only win because they're on scholarship, it's like, no, we want to win. Like, we play the game. We're good. We're a good team. And anyone can do it. You just got to want to have the grind. You want to have the grind set in the mentality that you want to win the game. So just play, be better.
Cool. Well, thanks, Beezer. Thanks for joining us on the interview. Congrats again for punching your ticket to Boise and the grand finals. I'm sure John will have a great time getting to see you guys there. I won't be joining you, unfortunately, but that's okay. That's okay. I got to see you guys like a week ago at the Atlanta Majors. That was fun enough.
Yeah, that was great.
All right, well, I guess
John.
Yeah. That concludes our interview. Short,
Yeah.
sweet, to the point. I mean, the game was fast, the interview was fast, and I guess people can now look forward to CS2, which is just around the corner. So we want to thank you guys for sticking along with us towards the semifinals of our fall playoffs. And pretty soon, we'll have one more matchup hosted online, and then at the beginning of December, we'll begin our grand final. So we look forward to seeing you all there, either online or in person inside of Boise State. And we hope you all have a great rest of your afternoon as well, and stick around for more NA League action.
welcome back to the Nate's Star League. We are headed directly in to these Varsity Premier semifinals for Counter-Strike. My name is Vincent. I'm joined by my friend Marky over on the other side of the booth. Marky, first of all, good afternoon, and how are you doing?
Doing very well, and excited to be back here for some more playoffs. Now we're in the semifinals, and I'm so excited. There's so much on the line here this afternoon, and I mean, we have two really good teams ready to go at it.
That we do. We've already had some fantastic stuff happening today on this channel. We saw Butler up against Fisher for Rainbow Six, and unfortunately Butler couldn't overcome the Falcons there at Fisher. It was a 2-0 for Fisher College. Now we head to the land of Counter-Strike DOS, where we've got George Mason University up against Kansas State. This is going to be a banger, if you ask me.
Yeah, man, some Wildcat Patriot action. I can't wait to get into this, obviously. You know, we were talking about Kansas State before the broadcast, and I mean, I'm so excited to watch these guys. You know, Buttermilk is one of my favorite players here in the Varsity Premier, and I mean, George Mason, we had them in the broadcast a couple times earlier in the season, and they are just quite a delight to see.
That they are. I mean, let's talk a little bit about their story before we get into the details of the roster. Kansas State, it was a season of some shaky moments, but overall positivity. They were 3-2 over the regular season, but they've made their way through the quarterfinals here after beating Michigan Tech, a team that they lost to in the regular season, 2-1 in those quarterfinals. So fantastic work there from KSU. On the other side of the bracket, George Mason, listen, they've been looking good throughout the season. Just dropped a single series, and that was over to Fisher, who are in the other semifinal later today, and they were able to overcome what I've been talking about as favorites. I mean, they've been on the stream so often, it's hard not to, in Stony Brook in those quarterfinals. So two games where I think some would maybe call them upsets, others would call it just a strong showing from GMU and from Kansas State. I don't know how you feel, but what I do know is that this game is the toss-up. This is the game where I have no idea the way it's going to go.
Yeah, I think that's what's so exciting about it. You know, I think it's fitting that, you know, we are seeing this on a Sunday because really you have that comparison. Any given Sunday, any team can really rise up and take that victory. We saw that in both of our quarterfinals, you know. Even in these MR12 best of threes, these are not long maps. I mean, they can go in a flash of an eye, and that's why the upsets can happen. And I mean, the team shooting harder today will end up being the victor. But I mean, seeing both of these teams play throughout the season, you know, I just can't put my finger on it. I don't know which one of these rosters is going to be firing on all cylinders, because every time we've seen them, they have been.
Exactly, and I'm glad you brought up the shooting because, listen, we're going to talk about the shooters for these two teams. Let's take a peek at the rosters. Talk to me, Marky. I want to know who we're looking out for. Who's the most important factor for both Kansas State and for George Mason for you?
Yeah, so I would say Buttermilk as this sort of pseudo leader, right? You had, you know, his own brother, Mild, on the roster, who was a little bit more experienced in the ESEA ranks, and, you know, sort of duoing together is a great thing, but taking the reins, obviously Twigs and Taser, everybody can sort of put it together, but it's got to come through leadership, and that's why I point to Buttermilk. But on the same side, I look to Zoker. I mean, this is a player that is just electric for George Mason usually, and we got to expect the same sort of thing here in the semifinal.
Exactly, and I think that it's also hard to like point out when you're talking individuals to, you're gonna end up leaving a couple of people out of that conversation. I think that that's unfortunately the kind of the way it goes, but there is a lot of skill across the board for both of these teams. What I do need to mention with regard to those is that my understanding is that Glink is in for Jen, and that Crimson is playing for Seige over for George Mason. So a couple of like players on the roster, you know, it's not like these are players they haven't played with, but some substitutes there coming through on both sides, just to keep that in mind. And I think that kind of leads us into the map pool, Marky. Where are we headed? What are we gonna see throughout this broadcast?
Yeah, so last time we saw KSU on the broadcast, we were on Vertigo, and that's where we're going to be going for map 1. And then right after that, we are going to be seeing the pick of Ancient from the Patriots, and then we're going to be seeing Anubis left over. So this is quite the map pool, you know, for those of us who have been loving these new maps. I know that Anubis and Ancient have gone to the top of the list of many Counter-Strike 2 players here recently, so I could totally see this thing going all 3. And I mean, I would be thrilled to see it, but for the maps that we have, it would be quite the delight. Vertigo it can go either way. You know, GMU playing on their best day, they can definitely do it. But I mean, Vertigo is a map that I feel like when a lot of teams pick it, it's almost they are just so confident in it, they just need to get it going. And it's not even like that, 50-50 chance. It's almost like a 65, percent chance that they think they're going to win it, right? That's what we're getting, and that's what the feel is coming out for KSU, which is a very interesting selection. You'd almost see this over other maps sometimes, but being that it is the semifinal, they're going to go with confidence, and that's what they're going to pick with it.
It's important to feel comfortable. I think that is usually the most important factor when you're talking about a map pool or trying to get into a series. It's like if you're not feeling comfy on a map, like even if you're on paper pretty decent at it, if you're not feeling comfy on it, then it's probably not the way to go for you. But with all of that said, I want to talk more about that conversation. But before we do, Marky, I do want to remind everybody real fast that we got things upcoming here at the NACE Star League, particularly with the game of Hearthstone. Make sure to register over at nsl.leaguespot.gg if you're interested in playing some Hearthstone here for NACE, and ensure that you get involved because you do not want to miss it. So head over there and register right now. Marky, big question for you.
Please.
I think that this is kind of my biggest question going into this, and I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you think's taking this away? I need to know.
Oh man. Coming out of this, I mean, we were talking about upsets before the game, and I gotta say that over Stony Brook, probably the favorites in this whole bracket. You see KSU take that out from under him. I want to see them ride that wave and take it 2-1 here. A nice team.
Well, here we go. We're gonna get things started indeed. GMU starting out on the CT side to get things rolling. As got a little bit of a AFK player, I think. Maybe.
Not sure if we're live quite yet, but it looks to be going.
Yeah, round seems to be coming regardless of that fact.
There's some damage done. Can't back out of this thing now. You're officially going, and Taser, he's got to be up here to trade, and unfortunately, you let the cat back out, and Buddy just doubling up here with the dualies with his duo on that B site taking care of business, because Soaker, he can just lie back and wait, and he knows that there are players up close, and they'll take care of business.
Left into Buttermilk's capable but difficult situation to have. Buttermilk taking the contact there towards Guardian, but first frag, I mean, at least Soaker down. Double swing will clean that up, and we'll see GMU take their victory in the pistol.
Yeah, and we're going to see him on that CT side, and no, KSU are probably going to be preferring to start over here on the offense. But really, we were talking about this MR12 pistol on Friday when we were having our quarterfinals, and we were just talking about how much this actually impacts the game, and we're seeing a little bit of a pause out early, so maybe pump the brakes for a moment, because KSU, they're going to need a chance to talk about this one. Unfortunately, we don't really know what was going on in that pistol, but regardless, they will lose out on it in the semifinals. It's all out to play for right now.
Precisely. It's a situation where you're playing for that spot at a LAN final as well. The pressure is high. There's no freebies, not at this point in the process, and you gotta always take a moment sometimes to ensure that you know what you're doing and know what the plan is going in. We're seeing a momentary pause just for that, and maybe for that player who was a bit AFK.
I think there's a bit of a discussion maybe going on. Something was wrong with a server setting, so I think just getting everything quite ironed out here. But regardless, that pistol round was underway. GMU, they stood up to the contest and they took care of biz. I mean, they're looking to come out here and force the same sort of situation with this buy, but we'll see actually how this does get chalked up. I believe we will just be moving forward, but you're absolutely right, Vincent. I mean, the pressure is on this evening. I mean, I know from being a former competitor that, you get the chance sort of limited here in North America to go to these lands. And, through these collegiate programs that we have, Varsity Premier, this is a great way to show your skill and really at the top level. I mean, right now, KSU, that upset versus Stony Brook, they may have not even given themselves a chance, but they played their hearts out, and now they have that serious chance to go out and get to that land final. So, I mean, they're going to be pulling out all the stops. And I mean, really, it's for both sides that, I believe Drexel has won a couple of years in a row. So I know somebody's new is trying to get the crack at it.
Yeah, exactly. And Drexel not in the conversation this year, as a lot of their program was graduating. So, a bit of a rebuild situation for them. See if they can put together what, if you're a real Nacer at that point with CSL enjoyer, you'll remember UCF kind of doing a similar situation where they had a great team, had a lot of people graduate, and then were able to put things back together to make their way back into contention really quickly. We'll see if Drexel can do that as well. Just interested to see if teams can continue to find that sort of success consistently over different rosters.
Oh, certainly so. And one of those schools that we also saw sort of going through a rebuild, we all know the name Davenport University, sort of has gone through some rosters. Now you're seeing them rebuild for the next semester. And I mean, it does happen, these players do graduate. And I mean, you got to capture the lightning while it's in the bottle, right? You got to get it while it's hot. And there are only so many championships to compete for. So, I mean, get it while it's now. I mean, you know what I mean? Like 3 maps in this one, you're out. It's kind of really just on the nose like it. And I believe we should get going in this one soon, as I am reading that it is just a bug with Faceit. So got to get that all ironed out. Semifinals, definitely. You don't want anything. There. Exactly.
None whatsoever. I think that this GMU team as well has been really interesting to watch throughout this season, Marky, because they've sort of flown under the radar a little bit, but they've consistently been putting together good games. They've been playing up to snuff against some of the best teams, and I think that that's what's so cool about this run in particular for George Mason, is that they've been, over the last couple of years, we talked about building teams, building a roster, a program. That's what GMU have been doing, and I think that being here and getting the opportunity to book their ticket to the finals is just so massive for them and their possibilities as they've continued to build up in their program. With that being said, I do think we are going to take a short little pause here, a little break, and get things all set to roll. Once we get the game back underway, we'll come right back at you with all that action. See you in a minute. Alrighty, well, after a little bit of back and forth, we've got things figured out, and GMU, after that pistol victory, will be trying to answer back with another victory to add on to that. That's KSU, who looks to be buying back in.
Yeah, they're getting right back into this thing.
At least Buttermilk is.
Yeah, a couple of those upgraded pistols will be kind of nice. They're able to maybe just even up the line. Buttermilk can maybe do some of the dirty work here, but J-Crack, he's up in things, but really, does he even need the support if up at default is where the M4 will pop up for Southsa, but a couple players they're getting dinked away one by one. You're in middle. One more player around the corner for Zoker. Oh no! Good trade though.
Yeah, Crimson had a handle on that. Got it figured out. At least something done with that Deagle, but Buttermilk here with the sole real force buy on the MAC-10. It's not looking likely to be particularly effective, but we shall see.
Ooh.
Deagle can lead the charge, and that's the first shot. Cracker at least has the refrag available in Buttermilk, all on their lonesome. Easy frag, though, on the spray down, and this has made things a little bit less than perfect here for George Mason.
Yeah, you're actually dropping out 3 players in this thing, and that's a pretty difficult situation to deal with, but Buttermilk, not enough time to sort of wrap it back to A. Sort of only option is to try and trick your opponent into that, but yeah, you take out 3. That's a pretty successful round, and you're going into this one with basically everything you want.
Yeah, just that Galil, the only thing that was maybe a little less than ideal, but I think damage was worthwhile, in my opinion. See how this gun round goes, though. It's going to be some ramp control fought for by the CT side, as per the usual arrangement, that early smoke, allowing for them to just lock in the T's for the time being. Big Kansas State trying to make their way through, but that's one man found and dead already. KSU losing out.
On Twigs at the bottom of this ramp is just going to have to be in a really desperation situation on this right side. It's going to have to get flashed out by somebody. It's very hard to try and work back, as we've really had a very good start here for GMU. I mean, they are down in the HP department quite a bit, but now right around the corner from it, actually, that's a huge win for K-State, as now they've dragged themselves back into the round.
4-on-4. Cracker getting creative there. Doesn't quite realize where Gloink is located. Crimson standing tall, defensive on this side. Boosted up onto default for the first kill. And the second comes through. The reload in.
Ooh.
And Zasea with some support. Crimson will eventually go down, but this is up to Twigs in the clutch.
Now a pretty good opportunity to do things. Now one player spotted at default and can't isolate the first fight. But now both these players swinging at Shen. Back at default, it actually does come through. And now the 31 HP Southsa, left with it all to do, is going to have to back up and let Twigs work.
I like this decision from Southsa, though.
Yes.
Just play passively. Knows that the kill will guarantee around a plant is a big question mark. And finally, Twigs is going to have to make that commitment.
Yeah, and now Southsa will just chase you down and you get out to default and you get it anyway. That will be a very, very good try for Twigs to get that going. But another costly round for GMU. They get it on the board, but at a certain point, you can't let that up.
You know, you talk about the cost of this, but at one point or another as well, GMU, they're adding numbers to their win column. Like that's the massive W.
Certainly so.
And if it's more expensive.
And we were talking about it, right? How fast it can be in the MR12. They can just add up so quickly, and now they're doing a very good job to get this going on what is arguably probably the favored side, and this one, excuse me, the favored side, the CT side, can really take control of the pace, and that's why a lot of people favor this offense to get going, which is where we sort of question Kansas State, right? This is why they pick into this one. This is the ideal situation, and unfortunately, they're just having a hard time getting it off.
And it's not getting any easier. Not with George Mason have all this utility to hold station. That's where the CTs really find their biggest successes on this map is there. And there's just a little gap there in the tarp, and that's, I think, what was spotted by Buttermilk to find that kill, but Zoker's doing even better. Gets the refrag initially, and as the smoke pops, Ansa is found. That's 2 frags for George Mason, where Kansas State thought they had an opening pick.
There you go. That's great individuality early. I mean, just standing out with the multi-kill there at ramp, just sending it all back to B, where Kansas State, they've had limited success, able to get the bomb down and round to go, but you saw him out. Oh, now the fight will go down, and Jay Cracker, he will let that go. So suddenly, the bomb plants again, but we'll see if they can hold it down this time.
And with the man advantage, GMU in position. That's a fight the Taser unfortunately cannot win, and Twigs will try to punch in the numbers, but those numbers not fast enough. Gotta get those fingers moving, and Kansas State unfortunately couldn't.
You see why he was so desperate. You look at the money right now, and it is a very desperate situation. You'll see them sort of argue for maybe a half buy here. I do like, you see, Mac 9, Mac 10. This thing can get very, very quick up into A, but you're going to take a little bit more time to talk about it. But clearly, a pace play is what is being cooked up.
It does as well feel, I mean, back to that. Well, we have a bit of a pause for a moment. Back to that conversation about how close some of these rounds have been, where GMU, they aren't hurting for money every round, but you see this round, MP9s in a couple of hands, expecting a little lesser weaponry as well, so that's part of it. But GMU, it hasn't been easy. Kansas State are just a couple of kills away in each of these rounds from finding victory, and it's just that one little thing that needs to be adjusted, and they need to try and put their finger on it. That's what that conversation about during that pause, you would presume. Picking up the pace, straight out towards A. It's a whole lot of players here, and they're going to send it.
And go back to basics, right? Just try and trade your teammate, but right now, GMU, look, they're just going to drop back. Don't even give them the time of day, because they'll just try and tee off you. Distance, AKs, MP9s, they've got all the utility for it. Now just pressuring right into the site, try and get up and over, but that just allows for more angles. Sasta with a nice opening kill, and the MP9 seems to work.
This is more to be found for sure. Buttermilk and Gloink are all on their own. Buttermilk out trying to find timing through mid. It's an MP9, and Zoker there with the AK to close the deal. George Mason, they're currently looking incredibly strong. That round at Eco, certainly fair to bring that up, but Kansas State couldn't find any sort of purchase.
Yeah, that's going to be a statement. I mean, a lot of the times it takes a play like that to jumpstart a T-side, and you're already halfway through. I mean, 6th round right here. Let's see if you can make anything different about it, but right now, you're back up with AK buy. You finally have the AWP up, so slow it down, take a breath. This is the semifinal. Don't let it get away from you too quick.
And certainly some good opportunities here, especially with that ops. Got to put a lot of presence on that for Ansa. Down the A ramp for the moment. Buddy is actually far forward with the MP9. Close range. I think for the first time we've seen somebody actually committed to this fight. And oh, that op goes down without much of a problem. Zoker watching and waiting as J-Cracker out B connects a shot of his own on the MP9. That's 2 down, 3 frags found.
Now they can get into a late B situation. Both these players around the corner. I'll be surprised if you can get one. The trade potential is there. Denied even for that first, but now it's all up to Taser. 1v4, low HP player close with an MP9, but this is now just such another successful round for GMU. That advantage does let it up first, but Crimson with that quick trade, and 6 is what you see. 0 is where you are at KSU. Oh no, Vincent, this is looking scary.
And no bomb plant with that either is a huge problem. It's going to make this buy even tougher. That MP9, phenomenal work to get these rolling. SMG is into a gun around, not always going to work out so well, but it does there for both of them on either side. Buddy gonna hang on to his. We'll see. A buy, not the best of purchases, but best they can have. Kansas State make their way A ramp once again.
And now you can sort of challenge them here with these AKs. You can even the playing field. No AWP up for you, but really that would drag you back in this situation. You want to get the pace going just like this, and those are the entries that you're going to want to get going. Think outside the box with Mac 10. You look at the hole that leaves, and Taser just shuts it. Suddenly, Kansas State, they have a good end in this round.
That they do. There's rotations already here, though, for George Mason and GMU. Well, they know that the bomb is yet to be planted, and that's the question that they've started asking themselves. Look at the lurk. You have Buttermilk walking out, clearing this B-bomb site entirely, knowing, okay, nobody home, and the Sansa was rotating in with is now cut off. Speaking of cut, Zoker cut down.
It's a very big one. But now these two players coming right back in, and Sasva is just going to walk in on this angle. I don't know that you can actually challenge in this situation, but that Molly put forward. A lot of low HP over here, and that's a good start.
That it is. Problem is, the AWP not going to matter with that low health. Good find. The AUG gets one, the AUG the other, and there's J-Cracker aware of the flank incoming. George Mason with an incredible retake. A little 2-on-4 moment right there. Kansas State still scoreless.
That is an absolute robbery. I cannot believe what I am seeing there. It all comes out of thin air. This is where you think Kaufman just gets nailed down, but unfortunately, look at the wall bangs, look at the nades that they have. They spin around for it. You have the kits, they have the clue, and that was quite a round, but K-State, I mean, that was all yours to get this going, but now they're going to want to respond right back.
Now this is where it gets tough to keep the mental strong. Well, back turned. Gloink was trying to dodge flashes. Instead, got a bullet to the back. Taser concerned, looking for this fight, and does deliver.
Smoke up. Now Sasa, knowing that the angle is going to be smoked off, has to move. Buddy in an interesting situation, and that kill will keep them afloat here on the A site for just another moment. Smoke put up. A lot of these players moving up towards this short side. Unfortunately, Buddy not anticipating it. Now 2 players left over here. Rotation shortly to come in.
Bomb's finally going to go down. Look at all the utility, though, that GMU have to work with. A Molotov and 2 smokes along with the flashbangs. Now, question is, how long do they wait? There's a lot of util set up on this site that's allowing Kansas to get into post plants.
Smoke forward. 3v3. Couple of nades on the belt. These George Mason players, but you hold that close, and there come the kills. Just like that, Buttermilk will spam you off the bomb, and he's still alive. And it's a 1v1. Crack on the bomb, and he will get it. He just holds it, and it's a perfect 8 rounds for GMU. That is unbelievable. The Patriots stand tall.
Absurd the way that these retakes have gone in the last couple of rounds. Just a setup that looked so good for Kansas State that falls flat on its face. Sansa with a couple of nice shots. Unfortunately, can't do it all, but this retake, Crimson deserving a lot of credit, but the fact that J-Cracker just gets to sit there and hold the defuse, it's a tough outcome, and one that Buttermilk's certainly gonna be frustrated at. Don't know that they really made a mistake, just more about feels bad in the moment.
Certainly feels bad, but there is a kill. On to Zoker through the smoke. There you go. Kansas State not out of this one yet mentally. They know they can't give up in the semifinal. 8-0 is quite a deficit to be at, but still be recovered in this half quite a bit. Gotta put your best foot forward, but right now, GMU, they know they can do it in the clutch. They are not swaying away, taking some fights on it, but Twigs, he is up and above. Is he going to be ready for this one? Sniping from afar, that's a good opening kill, and now it all comes down.
Great work from Gloink. It could have gone very differently. 2-on-3 once again. Sansa, Buddy, trying to work together. AWP that we saw work so well previously, alongside an M4. Sansa gonna start clearing out some angles. The problem is there is a flank incoming. And that timing on that flank is gonna be round closing. Little bit of a rough spray at the end of it, but Ansa will clean them both out, and Kansas State finally getting around.
Yeah, you can sort of let a little bit of your stress go on that. We'll take another look at some of these kills, but this is where it all started off, right? You're going to put your best foot forward in this one, no matter how much you're down, and Blank with a really good double for Ansu to come up and tie things there for their first round up. And right now, Blank, he's going to get things early, and you're just going to be stolen. That's a good opening kill by Southpa.
This is not the start to a momentum swinging round that Kansas State wanted, but hey, recoveries are possible. We just saw Kansas State able to work their way onto a site, find all the entries without losing really anybody in the site take, but this patience right now, playing behind that smoke, but still applying pressure. It's fantastic for GMU.
One player is going to be led up that ramp, and one thing I wanted to highlight was how mobile Sasta was right there on the rotate to A. Was just ready for the next aggression, but quick right here from this big white position. He will score 100% so far, almost onto the second player. Crimson will now activate a good double before he falls, and now Taser, the next one up to bat.
Slower approach, but letting Sasla get into this position with the AWP is a problem that is going to become even more difficult. As, never mind, Zoker didn't even need help, no support required. George Mason, once again, answering the call, and that's so much more brutal for Kansas when they win a round and then they lose it like that.
So much damage here, and that's what you want to push forward, but ooh, they are just so clean with it from afar, and that's where GMU have just shined in the post plant when it's really came down to it, and now you got to respond again. Only a few more rounds left in this half, and you got to take advantage of them.
How to do that, that's the question. Fast out towards the A site, and an early duel with Buddy going down. That will help out for certain, as Zoker has to evacuate his position. The Molotov making life difficult. NateG to breach the smoke, and a free shot on the Buttermilk. Ansa quick in response to deliver the frag onto Southsa. This is now a Kansas State advantage. They've had troubles closing out rounds. Now they're in good spots.
Yeah, they're really trying to dig in their heels on this one. They want to take this one over the way, as Crimson, he does get a good trade right now, and you've put it into this 2v3. Couple of kits, couple of sets of nades, but it's really just heavy in the flashes that smoke put out onto the bomb, and now the time ticks, that eternal clock. Crimson gonna be low on 1 HP, gotta take the flame and full blind actually takes out that other player. Crimson does get it back, but you have no chance in this one. Shut out in Kansas State. That is a good second round on the board.
An absurd moment right there with that flashbang, but you'll take them any way you can get them. Fantastic. A little lucky, but like I said, these are wins. Here's that opening pick once more. Good ideas from Southsa, but you have to put respect over on Ansa, right? Like, phenomenal anticipation of that HE coming through, trying to get some good info going, and anticipation is exactly what was required. Scout in hand, he's gonna stick around. This is absurd. Southsa will get a tag, but that is probably well deserved.
Yeah, a lot of damage you want to go and get right there, trying to get the headshot, but unfortunately being a little too blunt for yourself. Zoker on the other side of this one, he knows the bomb is being planted. Look at the eyes on this guy, threw the smoke on it, but unfortunately you are all left alone. Zoker, I don't know if you'll attempt this one with this money, but really, what other options do you have?
Yeah, I mean, last round, no way to bring this back other than a 1v3. A massive clutch required here, but has been good. Dodging on the flashbang, has a good fight, but that's a little too quick for him. Gloink will shut things down. A 9-3 half. Recovery of sorts for Kansas State, but is it going to be enough? That is the question on my mind. I'd say potentially this pistol round, though, must win.
I would say so. I would certainly, and Now you have that new Zonic wall. We can all laugh a little bit. 9-3, your new 11-4, but this pistol round matters at all. And I mean, you've got to see the CT side pick it up right now, because you can really get off to the same lead that GMU did. I mean, this CT side, money-wise, they took advantage of it, and that's what the highlight was early in their side. Then they just finished it out with huge individual moments, but now they are trying to put their foot on the gas all the way up to A, and they've got that bomb down.
The brakes tapped right after that. Get into post plants. GMU have done just that. Well, South. Phenomenal shot. This P250 is a deadly piece of equipment on a round such as this. Continuing to apply the pressure. Here comes a tap onto that bomb. Nobody. Oh no, holding it actually does. Gonna go down though, and Taser not even aware of Crimson fully pushing that situation. GMU. I don't know how to stop them, but they just have a phenomenal hold of this map right now.
Yeah, desperation just written all over this, unfortunately, but really, really good work here from Crimson, just putting it all to bed. 3 at the end, but that's just desperation all over for Kansas State, and now you're going for a bit of a cheeky boost in middle. We'll see if it catches any flies.
Yeah, a little, Vertigo with Charlotte Stack. I don't know who actually does this. This might be... Is this the one Fnatic does? I don't remember.
Somewhere in Europe, I'm sure.
Yeah, that is a true statement. Either way. I have seen this work pretty well. There's opportunities there, but look at how... I'm going to call it respectful, GMU, how they're playing right now. They're up big, but they're by no means just taking space as if there's nobody there. They are putting the respect onto Kansas State right this moment. Investigating every nook and cranny.
Oh boy. We're about to find a big discovery in that of this big boost, but I think that is all that you have needed to see. Now you're just going to shoulder peek this one. How many more can you get? Get the whole jackpot. Able to swing in. Fortunately, not too much success for the likes of the Wildcats, but they'll just try and pick up the crumbs.
Yeah, there's no gun to currently recover. HP is a little bit low, so keeping that in mind. Cracker though, gonna get them as they're baited in by that audio cue walking away. 5 stay alive for George Mason University. The Patriots are currently 2 rounds away from finding victory on their opponent's map pick.
I am quite stunned for how our first map has gone so far. I don't know if we're waiting for KSU to just get this going. Maybe they want to have this huge comeback going in map number 1, but maybe not the best strategy. They're going to give it all into this one. They've got these rifles out, and they want to fight right at this point of attack. 2 kills go their way, though, all evened up by the MAC-10.
A fantastic trade frag. J-Cracker, though, down pretty low. Taser gonna get smoked off. The Molotov goes for heaven instead. Zoker doing some damage, but that's the CT. He's getting the best of that situation. Bomb not really safe to go down at the moment. Taser's still safe. Just chill right here.
Now forced. Ooh, a lot of distance over the top of it. Buddy, he's just gonna swing out. Now they're just gunned down. Now suddenly, K-State, they have a way back into this one. Over with the kills. That will be a very nice one for them to grab. That will support the economy. 4 found. This is the start of something.
Yeah, this is where Kansas State can, at the very least, breathe a sigh of relief, because now they have some space to work with. Not a ton, mind you, but something to control. That said, that was a bonus round. George Mason are still going to be buying, particularly with that bomb plant as well. Their money's great. So it's not as... it's a breath, but nothing more. Can't even get a deep breath out of there.
Certainly not. AK's backed up for it. George Mason, they're going to put their full effort into this one with the buy. Doubling down. But they just got to be patient. This was something that Kansas State was honestly really good at on their T side. Unfortunately, George Mason just really would not let them wait any longer. Some very good multi-kills coming in from the individuals on these sites at moments, but now Kansas State, they've got to match that. And now getting a little bit of that information down there at that point. Just all up to Buttermilk and Co. to set this line, because they do have an interesting amount of util. And Georgia Mason, they're going to keep theirs. They're being very patient. They're going over to this B site, and they're going to have more than enough nades for what they want to do.
Twigs going to be the biggest factor for the Kansas State defense in this one. Molotov comes in. No, he's going to be just fine. Actually, a miss molly. That molly was supposed to go for default, and it doesn't connect. Oh, no! Buddy's gone down over the edge. That's unfortunate, but a round that wasn't looking good, now looking devastating as J-Cracker gets the first of those kills required for a clutch, but then goes down as well.
That's an unfortunate blunder. We can all laugh it off with, I guess, the cushion that George Mason do have, but we're going to see a pause called out here and maybe some discussion needed on to where their minds are at, where their goals are sort of pointed towards on this T side. You can sort of chalk it up to maybe Kansas State just having this economical advantage. But, you know, this is what we were talking about at the beginning of this game, right? George Mason, they're just stacking it up. Slowly, they're doing it. I mean, this economical advantage now is working its favor back to Kansas State. Maybe George Mason should be able to take some of their own medicine.
The toughest part here, Marky, is that there's just so many rounds that George Mason has to get to that 12th and really stamp their ticket. That's the hard part. Kansas State, on the other hand, mistakes, well, they're so very costly. You can only afford one of them, really. And so, we'll see the pistol buy up coming through for GMU.
Ooh, spray comes through. Nothing connecting, but this is really what your standard round is going to look like. Dance around this bottom smoke and just try to look over, but you will just be caught, Zoker. Sasa, similarly with this Eagle, is going to try and pull something out of the hat, but, I mean, it does not come for free, Vincent.
Not in the slightest. I do like that George Mason just kind of slowly trying to poke and prod, looking to catch some sort of timing. Triple swing here. Twigs under fire, but has the support required. Oh, got a little bit scary, but between Taser and Twigs, enough of a cleanup with nobody going down. Kansas State will be loving that.
Yes, they will. Absolutely a chef's kiss on that one. Finishing off the spray barely, but we get it done. We get it done. I know that we have all been loving the consistency of this last month of spraying in CS2. Almost feels like CSGO, dare I say. Loving the updates on this one. I know we had a big couple of them this week, Vincent, but yeah, obviously things are moving along here in the Counter-Strike land.
That they are. Kansas State moving along on the comeback trail as well. Making their moves. Onto actually hanging on to the Krieg, which I think you and I talked about last night. I'm not a Krieg enjoyer, but there's a couple of players who've really like to pick it up here and there.
You know, the thought is you can try and put it in your opper's hands when he doesn't have the opportunity to get the sniper up. But now you're just going to see what the power of these AKs can do. The mobile aspect of the rifle to get up all the way here to Jen, but here's Taser. Flip side of it, just knowing that all this space has been taken. And now a nice kill through the smoke on that.
Twigs doing some good work, but it's going from the flank that helps out the biggest. Great work done, and it was almost as if it didn't even matter. George Mason, they evaporated on that site.
They certainly did. I mean, in the flash, right? Just like that. Kansas State, maybe they're catching some fire. I mean, this is looking pretty good. Ansu's going to carry over on that. And I will say that the scoped rifle is definitely a lot better on this defensive side. I'll just say usually, you know, that's where you'll see the AUG come out, which we were talking about it, right? As much as we are sort of anti-Krieg, we are pro-AUG. I mean, the AUG in CS2 certainly has a new life people love it. I know that the economy just with the MR12 is sort of forcing that into a lot of decisions. And I mean, I don't blame people. I think it's a very powerful gun, and I think that, you know, we sort of remember those years ago of, you know, picking up the AUG, you know, playing Vertigo. We think about Astralis doing that against Liquid. It brings up the good times, but we're all the way here now just to see how that meta has developed.
It's crazy to see the speed with which things are developing here. What I will be looking to see is George Mason in this round. A little lackluster when it comes to utility, but they need to get the gun rounds out. And Zoker, goodbye, my friend. With a phenomenal shot to the edge of that smoke.
There you go. Just holding their nerve and letting it come into them. And now Gloink here in middle does have a little bit of a shadow advantage here. Only knowing about that first player will just back up on that. Letting the crack back in, and now just this flash in middle. Gloink doesn't realize it. All the way to the other side, has let Jade Cracker back in.
That smoke allows for the cross. Taser in a weird spot and has to get some cover. Back behind the generator, dispatched with the mid presence, and now has the site to deal with, but Buddy too quick to the trigger finger. Now it's 2 players from the flank for Kansas State. That's what's left in this one, and Buddy in the clutch.
Up and above, shut down. Now the Krieg versus AK, going pound for pound. You swing in it, and that's what you do. Finally, Kansas State in the 1v1s, when it comes down to it, you saw it so many times in the first 5 rounds, Vincent. We were talking about it. Now they finally win their 1v1. Now their fortune is back on their side. You look at this. How satisfying is that?
As much as you point to that over-aggression as well towards B as maybe a point of contention, you gotta also respect the fact that Kansas State, they are making a commitment to this style of play. Quick and immediate is their control after getting that pick out at A, and that allows that fast flank to get started and get activated for the clutch. Phenomenal work from Ansa, early round and late round.
Holding the line now. Has been inspired by the Krieg clearly. Pulling it out, and this is the angle in which you would like to see it shine. Twigs now with the op as well. Looking to see that thing get active. You saw how Sasa, how mobile he was really from B to A there. It was a very, very powerful tool, but now, oh my goodness. That's a beautiful opener. Not much to say about that.
I mean, Sasa was prepared for that fight. Same spot that we saw Ansa in that last round. Unfortunately, still loses out. Granted, trade frag had now for GMU. At least there's that. Just a silver lining to a bad opening engagement.
Certainly so. And now the patience is known. Jump spotting is Buttermilk. And they've really crawled themselves back in this game. Lead just down to 3 for GMU, and now information spotted. Does have a molly on it, but you let him get so close you don't even realize how far Zoker has gotten. But do you have enough utility to clear out sandbags this late in the round? Taser, you wait your chance, and now you explode. 2 from the shadows, but here comes from middle. That has come in. Gloink gotten back on A, and now it's a 1v1.
Gloink, I love the decision making. Look at the time. There isn't enough of it available. Gloink just needs to survive at this juncture, and Gloink is just running away. No reason to take this fight. Time's up. And over for George Mason. Kansas State, they are indeed back. It's 9 rounds to 11. A run of form unparalleled for Kansas State University.
Not only are you competing against your opponents, but also against the clock, and it pays off right there. And this was quite an impactful play. You don't even realize how much time is on the clock, right? Just these answers back, Gloink every time has it. The information is deadly, and now you've got to have another pause. You've got to talk about this one. You already see where their heads are at. Try and get up this AK that they do have, obviously saved over. You're not going to have a chance but to buy up around it.
Yeah, I mean, it's also such a tough decision to make because you don't get a bomb plant there. There's no real money to full buy around it. I think maybe we're going to see GMU just sit and save, you know, half buy a 3,400 loss bonus. They can afford to do that and then get the full buy next round, actually. Interesting situation as well. Kansas State take an instant timeout right after GMU do.
Ice the kicker.
What does that tell you?
Ice the kicker, baby. That's what you got to do here on NFL Sunday, I guess. You're taking it in. Right now, you got to take the breath just as much as your opponents do. Because right now, I mean, this icing factor is a little less than a joke. But what you're actually seeing, 6 rounds in a row, and there you go. Yet another timeout taken. We're really taking our time here tonight, Vincent.
I do think that there is some teams that look to do that. My mind thinks immediately to not the current Godsent roster, but the Swedish roster they had prior to that with Joel.
Interesting.
And Rusty. Like they used to do this all the time, not that long ago. So don't know if that's the intention here or if just a lot of discussion needs to be had, because let's not pretend like there's no pressure for Kansas State. Yeah, momentum's on their side, but they are still down. They still are not winning this game at the moment.
Oh my goodness. Maybe there's something else at play.
Maybe there's a tech pause. I don't know.
But I guess we'll be waiting in this one for another moment. But if there was any time in this game to really, all right, I think we just have the tech pause called off right now, and we'll be getting back into the swing of things. But like we said, we just had a nice 2-minute break in this one. I know that's not a lot of time, but you know, for how this one has been going, it seems like an eternity. Now we're gonna get right back into the swing.
Time to roll. Here's that half bind for GMU. Round the J-Cracker AK that we talked about. Buttermilk. He stuck around too long before. Has the support of the flashbang, but Buttermilk gets the frag and can fall away. His teammate Ansa doesn't get so lucky. And with the upgrade, Sansa has a frag of his own.
Yeah, that was not his style. Buttermilk stays with the aggression because he wants to put his opponents into an impression right now. Saswa right around the corner. Look at all that damage spinning around, and you're not going to get that. 10, you're 1 away from it, K-State. What a comeback they have started.
I mean, they are right on the cusp of making this a real victory situation. One more round. George Mason, an effective job at trying to get towards the site in the last round, but this time they'll have the guns. Not that it's been particularly different with or without them. The state have found a bit of a flow state.
Certainly so. When you get going, it's hard to stop. But there you go. Sometimes you just find anything you want, and there you go. 2 kills go the way of GMU. Suddenly, K-State, they're going to have to respond. And Zoker, he knows that this is the window that his team has been looking for during these last 6. They want to clear it all out, even sandbags, but you see where the gamble is over towards A.
J-Cracker is starting to investigate mid, though, and going to find out some information. Got Twigs on the other side with the AWP looking and waiting. See if that gets activated. In the meantime, GMU, they aren't going to commit to this site without taking time to clear out the angles. Walking their way up ramp, slowly but surely. And they have the utility for a full execute, Marky. So when do they pull the trigger?
Right now. Nades will be pulled. And now this is at least where they will strike for the moment. 35 seconds left. You've got to commit to it, but that Molly is going to force out an impromptu plant. You can't quite get the spam on it. Now the clock is ticking.
Utility fresh out after these 2 smokes. A single flashbang. Twigs unscopes at the worst of times. Doesn't get the information. Spot at the top of the heads. That's great work there. Over the smoke. Taser trying to get a little bit of an interesting position, but it doesn't work out. George Mason, right as Kansas State prepare to walk over the finish line on the comeback, George Mason stomp and say no thank you.
I just can't believe that that's how they break the cycle just like that. They get their opening kills the way they do. You got to finish it out. It's a bit of a gift from God, but my goodness. You get it any way you can, Vincent. I mean, right now, going to take it. This is how they will try and close out map number 1. But we know K-State have not stopped fighting. But unfortunately, if you're a K-State fan, there's another opening kill against you.
Going down. Have to refocus a little bit. More presence back towards mid to try and handle that. They're going to walk, re-clear some of these angles, it looks like, for KSU. In the meantime, a little bit lesser of a hold on both the A and the B sites. There's still a man to find here. This is not undefended. J-Cracker's still around.
Right around the corner from it. He will just duck under. Can he get the double? And he does. That's the nail in the coffin if I've ever seen one. So unfortunate for the Wildcats, but you go for the gamble and it does not pay off. You strike 0. And right now, the Patriots, they're striking gold right here into the Bravo base. One man to stand for it. It's Twigs.
Twigs needs this bad. He gets blinded. It's over there for Twigs. One more man to find. Buttermilk cannot do it. 13-10. George Mason on their opponent's map pick. Take Vertigo. What was dominant turned close at the very end.
That. I thought the comeback was surely in sport for K-State. That was their map pick, but you do the Heimlich maneuver, you do it enough times, and you'll finally find it. And then in that final round, just they hold their nerve. The aggression comes in mid, you double up on it, and then you're just staying extremely patient on the extremities. You see Twigs just blinded in the face. That is just so poetic for how they just find it there in the dying seconds.
That it is, and I think that George Mason, they need to, and listen, I'll be honest, they fully paid the respect to Kansas State throughout that second half. They never actually got overzealous, over aggressive in a position where they were making mistakes because they were in the lead. But George Mason, you got to be careful of that situation. The bad news here for Kansas State is that was their map pick. That's the terrifying thought process, is that you're heading into your opponent's map pick, and now you don't have that backup plan in place.
It's not,
do you?
GMU's fired up. They know they are one map away from land, Vincent, and that's the big goal. You're going to be going on here, I believe, onto Ancient, and I mean, that is another map that we've seen so many times here in the Varsity Premier come up in these playoff series. I mean, it is one that can go back and forth. We've surely got another treat on map number 2.
That we do. More to play after this short break. We'll see you on Ancient in just a few. Alrighty, everybody, just getting a peek at what went down here on Vertigo. Marky, this was a devastation in the first half for Kansas State. They almost brought it back to victory, but they lose out in the last moment. How does that affect you going into a map 2?
When you're going into a map 2, usually that's going to rock your boat, but right here you're in the semifinal and nothing is going to be allowed to try and damage your mental when you're in a situation like this. Land on the line, your dignity as well. You got to put this thing forward, and right now, unfortunately, you put up a great effort. I mean, map 1 was a blast the whole way through, but in the dying seconds, GMU, they just pounced on it and were able to take it over the line.
Yeah, I think this is when it's key for your leadership figures in your team to kind of come together and just have that conversation. Say, listen, guys, rough situation back on map 1. Not the best showing we've had, but we almost made that comeback. Time to talk it through and make your way into that second map. Before we do get there, I do want to remind everybody real fast about one of our partners where, listen, you can get some leadership skills as well. That's over at the ROTC, where you can go beyond your field of study and get a world-class education in leadership with the Army ROTC. Just decide to lead today with Army ROTC. And Marky, I think that is what we need to see right now from this camp. Somebody to step into that role that we know is there. I think you talked about Buttermilk particularly, but generally speaking, somebody has to step up and into that.
Yeah, and certainly it's got to come out right here in the pistol to start, and unfortunately they do find themselves on the defensive side here to begin this ancient series. I know that this is GMU's map pick, but we're going to be getting started here shortly, just quietly gathering at the bottom of this B ramp, but on the same foot Kansas State they're locking into, but here come the nades, and let's get this thing started.
Oh, Taser under pressure. He's burning alive. Nearly down and out to that with a 5-7. Ansa does the damage. That said, GMU on the site. They have the frags, and with both of those cave players down, the situation has turned difficult. Buttermilk through that smoke as well. Just walking right in. Crimson has to deal with players from all different angles, and Gloink will shut him down. What an aggressive decision from Buttermilk to come in for that retake.
He talked about leadership. There's leadership by example right there. Buttermilk just whipping up a nice couple of kills, getting that pistol round in. Now they can run the table on their defensive side to put up a very good first half against GMU on their map pick. But now you see that bomb plan underway, and this is going to be the natural response. Double down with the Galils.
Yeah, bomb plant certainly does mean that these days. It can be an incredibly effective second round purchase. Especially when you got, some not great weaponry SMGs, and I mean, as much as that XM feels good sometimes, overwhelmed already in cave.
That's unfortunately the case sometimes. Gloink right around the corner from answering right back into this, but now just hear some shots rattling off. Got to be aware of both sides, but unfortunately, you do find that timing, but you should be shut down by middle. And now suddenly, Buttermilk squad, they're going to have to double up, and now maybe it falls right back onto him.
Tough task. But as we saw, wide, broad shoulders available to take it. This is a good rotation, though, for GMU. Their decision to head back towards the A site is a good one. Zerker loses his life out mid. And there's only one... No, there's two smokes. Crimson going to hang on to his for the moment. That's a smoke for the CT area. That'll lock Taser out of this site for the moment.
Just getting in on some of those spams. You're going to have to get lucky here eventually. I mean, that comes to a part of it. Bomb plan is going to be forced, and so will your way into the site. Tomas is getting active, but Crimson, he gets that one back. Buttermilk up and above against these players. Will get that kill down to a 1v1. Sasa is going to have to be precise as ever.
Bad news for Buttermilk is that I think big box player...
Oh, the shadow!
The shadow advantage is so absurd. Sasa, patient as ever, needs to take this fight. Does take the fight early, and Sasa delivers. GMU right back into business off the force buy.
What a response coming down to the 1v1 right there. We'll take a look at it. I mean, this was just an extremely fortunate timing for both sides. Really just getting that damage done. Buttermilk with a great chance right here. And, you know, I mean, we'll talk about it. That lighting, just to give away that shadow, so much information. And, you know, we were touching on the shadows last time. We didn't have to go into it right there, but what an advantage you give.
Exactly. And, you know, props as well. Good awareness just from Salsa, knowing that situation and realizing, yeah, that's a bad moment. Got to get away. Got to re-engage at a different position. 1-1 score line in Kansas State, though they do have a force buy of their own. This one a little bit lesser. The money does not allow for the big guns, not on the CT side.
Soaker right around the corner from it. We'll try and get it going against the Deagle, but we know that these can answer back. Buttermilk's company has been good with these pistols, and there you go. That's a big head to find as well in Zoker.
And no response either. George Mason not in position to retake that spot. They'll evacuate the area all the way back towards the A site. There is a player in Donut at the moment. That is Twigs, who's got a dig. And is hearing all of these footsteps. Out to the A site for GMU.
Now they will take their positions and try and strike as strongly as they can. It all comes down to the timing and how they approach this. Goenke will just wait for the approach of Twigs, trying to swing off that. Look at the success. Now they will all hop out. Saspa, you're the last man alive, and now you're the last man down. What a round there for Kansas State, and that is a momentum booster if I've ever seen it.
Really poor round there from George Mason as well. Just thinking about the way that goes down. First of all, Zoker just kind of poking and prodding, trying to find some free information and even a kill on the B side. Goes down without anybody available to trade. That's one thing. But then GMU, very loud about their rotation towards the A site. Kansas, they had 4 players there by the time that round was over.
Just damaged up for it, flash button forward, and you will try to compete in this one, and you're all the way back in mid. Flash up forward for it, but now George Mason, just as fast as they had the advantage, they have fallen, and now he will just be teeing off on these players. Look at the damage, look at the teamwork. Twigs coming in as well. Oh no, you even get him through the smoke. Sasa, try and do what you can, but this is just a brutal situation.
Not much more to find here. Maybe you can catch a headshot once or twice, but bad news here. And it's George Mason. Listen, they force spot into this round as well. They are going to be in trouble no matter how this goes. So taking some time, taking a moment. That's a nice shot. Unfortunately, it ends with that first one. 3-2-1 for Kansas State.
I'm just speechless. It's not all the time where you see this back and forth and then Kansas State finally responds strongly. And now you import George Mason into another unfortunate situation where now you're just going to have to run it down and get a bomb plant and put yourself back into it financially. I mean, dare I say it, it goes back and forth on their map selections.
It's always possible. I mean, we certainly saw some of that situation coming to life yesterday. Not yesterday, on Friday, excuse me. Phaser. Had to isolate some duels. That's too isolated, but overwhelmed as the Glocks come through. Gloink will play the cleanup crew. The Deagle, shouts up once again in hand, has put this gun to good use, but they're all closing in, and Marky, that will be around without much left in it. George Mason, finally they can buy a real gun round up here.
Very, very good try right there, but now you even see where Kansas State heads are at. Auto shotgun up. AK's in the hands of these GMU players. Now you have the opportunity to sort of get this T side going. I mean, this is not an opportunity you want to throw away. This is your map pick. Certainly, you're going to Heimlich in this one and sort of get your round back. Now you've got to deal with the shotgun, but the fire, it'll deal with you. That is a deadly combo.
This is Kansas looking the best that we have seen them throughout. They were on the back foot from the start of map number 1, but map 2, the CT side has given them so much to work with. It's a late take towards mid. The flashbangs come through, and it's a great little angle there. Buddy seems somewhat aware. Has an inkling with Twig swinging. Will be dispatched.
Holding tight in this cave right now. There's so much map control that is just in this little line here from mid into B. You see where they exactly go upon it. You just got to try and group up and try and get this trade going. Ansu, still in this corner, has put the shotgun away for the moment, but now you're taken care of, and Buttermilk is going to have to stand up.
Well, Buttermilk doing just that. It's 8-1, now up to 10. The swing, though, and J-Cracker has isolated them both. The 1v1 now required. Taser, fortunately, up against HP at 11.
Ollie on the money, but now Taser can hold this angle. It should be easy and a very nice pickup right there. But GMU, you make it close again. You're going to start just getting as much financial damage as you can in these rounds. But KSU taking it to that 5-1. That's a very nice statistic to see. You're already halfway through, and K-State have got to be feeling good, especially how after map 1 went.
I'm glad you touched on the economic damage as well, because it was getting out of hand here for Kansas. They're still building massive cash flow overall, but this has put a bit of a dent into it. George Mason not out of it with regard to the economy. Now, full loss bonus as well with the bomb plant. That means the rebuy is coming through.
Rebuy indeed. Now you'll have to get this thing going. Old Faithful back to the Bravo base. Ansu will just hold the line with the AWP, responds with this Molotov up the ramp, and now you're going to have to respond. Caught out, these flashes getting the better of you. Buttermilk will even be a victim to it.
Keep it simple. Keep it clean. That's what GMU are looking to do. A great smoke to cut things down. Sasa through it as they try to make their way in. Kansas State shut out. No way for Gloink to do any further damage into this one. And like I was saying, simple sometimes is the way to roll. George Mason, just wait out the early utility at the B site and throw your standard set of smokes and flashes to get him on there with trades effective and win the round.
Gloink trying to get into a position for a couple cheeky exit kills. Fortunately, No's not in the correct position for the moment, as wisely he should try and just save this thing over. Both of these sides really just trying to get everything they can. That's another 4-man dead situation for Kansas State this time. GMU do get the round and all of that together, so now you see it get a little bit complicated. Now you're gonna actually have to get all these drops going, make sure everybody's got something. Ansu, he's gonna have to go for that auto shotty again.
State. This is where they could really just push that gas pedal to the max, though. Yeah, a little dicey on the buys here and there, but they got it all out, and they could reset GMU in some way, in some form here and now. What a devastating start to this second map we would be seeing. Utility out. GMU taking full control of the mid area, and Kansas not actually taking the fights.
Just being very patient on it. Unfortunately, when they're not taking the fights now, you're going to just have to rope them into your sight. You see one player really on Kansas State, aside from Buttermilk, has this full set of nades. I mean, right now it's going to get very costly for you. You look at all of this space in this minute that George Mason have gained, and you wonder, where's the response going to come? Taser, you've got to respond to something like that, and unfortunately he will drop. Looking to be the point of emphasis here.
And that's that utility belt that is gone as well. So retakes become significantly more difficult. Shotgun in hand, trying to close the distance. Ansu doing just that to get close into Temple. The numbers will be punched in, though. The retake upcoming. What an absurd time to have that fight. Buttermilk walking all the way through B ramp and dies to a lurk out mid. Jcracker eventually falls, and
oh, no.
a little fake flash there. That doesn't go so well.
Now Ansu will just have to run back, just try to get that close angle on it, but unfortunately, Ansu is just going to be at a loss right now, and the Wildcats will be as well. It's going to get really costly. Only 2 will be the difference, and right now, George Mason, they could be waking up on their own map choice.
I think they are. This is a situation I've seen many times, I feel like on Ancient especially, when you have that early CT side start, where you get a good pistol round, for example, or, I mean, in this case, you know, win the force buy up against the opposition, you get the utility out, and life becomes very difficult for the Ts with the CT side utility so strong. Now, that's been broken. The Kansas State, easy mode no longer engaged.
Certainly not. And you're going to try and run it back up. 2 players trying to aggressively get into cave. Sasa on this AWP as well will just try to bide the line. We saw how successful that was in the first half of map number 1. Now still a lot to play for. Round number 9. Crimson looking to try and tee off in the middle here when the time comes.
Question about when that time does come. Probably about contact towards this B site. Once they get the full control they have over cave, they can worry about mid presence and deal with that as a full team, a unit moving forward. And we're seeing that right now, where Salsa moving forward and Jcracker staying stalwart in position at Jaguar. Gotta give credit over to Kansas State, though. They're being incredibly patient.
That's where you got to be. You see all these players just biding their times in their positions right now. Twigs, if they're even going into this one this late, you're just going to flash off this spot. You're going to try and clear it. Nobody's going to really give you that chance with the molly, but that's more than you would have gotten anyways. Now you're going to try and back up, set up for the A hit, do as much damage as you can. Let's get Ansu going. Only gets the 1 though.
Yeah, good little bait setup set for the A site. GMU walk into it, but able to dispatch with it relatively easily. Flank coming. Jcracker's just heard that. And even gets tagged with the this Buttermilk. Will go down shortly after. GMU right back within 1.
I will come up for K-State. It's a little bit complicated if this one does drop to the wayside. It's going to be really just M4s and a opt desperately with no util if they do decide to go for something like that. Just the 5 M4s, though, is what you're going to see in George Mason. They're dictating the pace right now. Kansas State, when we've seen them try and get active, sometimes you lose out on it. It's a very risky play, but sometimes it's the necessary evil.
I mean, just looking at how passive they're playing towards Donut right now, like GMU have commanded some respect. Kansas doubling up early in the mid area, that's pretty normal, but I mean, they have a committed player in Taser over at the A site.
Just holding the line for it. Buttermilk. This B side has been patient. Look at all that damage from Ansu. And that's going to be quite something that they're going to have to take advantage of. Ansu comes in. What a robbery there. And so much information gain. Jcracker trying to get back on it. There is a nice snipe, but trying to get it back. This right side open, and it's just a dogfight.
Buttermilk still alive and kicking, and there's a player on the site. Ansu doing such a great job of staying alive. That little smoke tossed out to lurk back towards the site to gather more positioning. Now fully in cave. That fight, though, lost out. Buttermilk, ooh, lucky to be alive. The AWP as it swings. Flashbang doesn't really connect, and he's through the smoke. Sometimes that's the right play. Other times it's the dead play. 25 seconds, and the bomb denied.
Bomb denied for it. You got to realize the advantage that you currently have. They're going to try and punch it in. No attempt on it other than a lucky spam. They're not going to connect. 2 times in a row. Now George Mason, they're looking to tie this thing up. They're going to dig their heels in. Opper on the pillar. This is such great positioning. Try and get back on it. Stuck in the cave.
Oh, but that smoke, that is a late smoke that was just tossed in the cave. Now Taser knows what's going down. Do they have a spam to set this up? The defuse is happening actively. They've got to push forward, and the defuse comes through. Oh my goodness. Kansas State get away with a robbery, as you put it earlier in the round. That is incredible.
Take another look at this. I mean, you absolutely see so much here. The fact that he gets the kill entirely is something that shouldn't even be possible. Twigs, you get in on a good one here, but then smokes go both ways, right? You're able to get back for it. 5 seconds, it's not a long time.
George Mason, they know that they have just lost out in a round they should have been winning. So they've changed the pace immediately. Delivered an opening pick. Now a second one as Ansu walks all the way through onto the catwalk and finds death waiting for them in the form of an AK-47 and a bullet to the face. It's George Mason now with options aplenty. The B site actually open. Not that they're aware of that yet, but I do think that Kansas State are making a good call. Look at the control that Buttermilk is currently working with. Or it's Gloink, actually, who's pushing through A.
Oh, no. Taser does get caught.
Oh,
and now
no.
the dominoes will fall, Vincent. Buttermilk, last man alive right outside the cave. Will try and get back. That's an interesting little double. Now we'll have to do a lot more than just give him trouble. 1v3 would have to be the ace clutch, and Buttermilk, knowing that he has an op at his disposal, might just go for the save on it, but we know that he likes to get the big ones.
No money here.
Oh.
I think the op might be the right play, but hey, Buttermilk's already found the first, giving him the time of day.
Very good try for it. Unfortunately, the 1v3, too big of a margin, but a lot of damage done. Unfortunately, look at the bank accounts, 10K, 13 on it respectively. So much we dropped over for it. Don't even get to last that long in this round before you get taken out. Buttermilk, very good attempt.
Yeah, I think that this is a round that I would have preferred to see the save. You can respect Buttermilk feeling the pressure as well. He's been playing incredibly in this map and wanted to put the team on his back one more time, take it across the line. And so, simply phenomenal when it comes to these shotguns. It's been incredible. Unfortunately, the amount of times he's gotten the 1-for-1.
Oh.
Been good, but not enough. And there's no one, just death for him in that first fight.
They're looking to just get right back into B here. Buttermilk from afar with an MP9 can only do so much. Middle control, of course, being worked on. But, you know, instead of an op, it's going to be a deagle. But can you land the big ones and a bit of a tag on it? But you'll know exactly what you don't have to be afraid of here. I mean, you can just sway away, play your own game. Crimson will get even closer on it, and there is your man, and there is your whole plan. Saswa just doubles up, and that is just the sick pick I've seen it.
Yeah, this will be shut down. Crimson gonna clean up the final round. That's a comeback and a half for George Mason University. Phenomenal job of them winning that second round. You feel like, okay, Kansas State win a pistol and then instantly get smacked back, only for them to come back and just roll the first of those 6 rounds, majority of them going Kansas State's way. And then George Mason come back and do what we just saw.
Pistol back underway. Round 13. Kansas State now on that favored T side, as we sort of say it in air quotes at this point. It all out for play tonight.
Look at the speed with which Ansa getting a lot of control at Jaguar, has Cave on lockdown, clearing that out as we speak. Meantime, it's shaping up to be more of an A split. There's 2 players ready to explode through elbow and 2 players walking up through a main. Ansa's job is just to hold station, not to die, but hopefully get a pick and commit this fight.
Ooh, and just spamming off on it. Buttermilk gonna take down Zoker, and now they will get this thing going. We saw how well of an individual performance Buttermilk has been putting up, and right now it is showing. Unfortunately, does get taken down by Sasa. Damage done in a clear path into the A site. Right now, Ansu, he is just distracting here at B, and now this retake is gonna be even more challenging.
Job done by Ansu. That was incredible stuff. Just so much time eaten away off this clock now for the retake. Kit, where's that? None to be had. Crimson gonna take the first contact. Has the support of J-Cracker, though. He goes down first. Crimson will get the frag, but hey, time, it's all gone. Marky, there's no way to win this round.
Taps it once, would have to get extremely lucky, but you hear all of the music playing. You know you don't have a chance, but Kansas State, that is going to be a big one for them.
2 pistols now in a row picked up. Actually 3 if you count that second half as well. No, they didn't win the pistol second half, did they? Valiant attempt on this retake.
It just comes down to the details into it. One round to really just put that impact forward. But now Kansas State, they can just try and deal with these. It's not going to take much more than that. I can say try and Twig will just have some fun. Let Gloink get in on some of it as well. Leave some kills for the rest of us, would ya?
Yeah, just a bit of a farming moment right there. Kansas State will take that. They're done with having these crazy difficult anti-eco rounds. Those are not for them. Still, round within 2. George Mason buying in. Incredible amount of utility for Kansas State compared to what GMU have to offer.
Certainly so. Gloink rotating back over to the site. Suddenly, that's an opening kill into Sasa. And Kansas State on this T side has been doing so well, and they're sort of in this bonus right now. But Stoker right there in mid, oh, he's taking names. He just took 2 of them.
Stoker, just incredible considering the start to that, right? Sasa going down immediately. You need to find a response, and Zoker does that and more. Now, a couple of players advantage. George Mason, just look at how passive they are. They're just waiting, watching. They don't even have the utility to play aggressive or set up an aggressive fight, and they don't need to.
So much space, literally, between these teams. We'll now try and regain back in the middle. Quite a few nades, I guess, for the Kansas State side, if you are to point to that. Give them an advantage in this one. They will take the time, but not only will it telegraph their performance, unfortunately, will let up a nice spam like that. Not much you can do about it.
That's brutal. Zoker with his third of the round, and Goink is sitting not so pretty. Very much in trouble. And a weird decision to make. They actually have money, Kansas State. So if he wanted to try and save, he could.
Now a clear path. But one man in the way. For now. Maybe to a bomb plant at least. He goes on the other side of it. Maybe sticking out. Keep going. You see a thigh peeking out. And you can just get it. Oh, he didn't get the bomb plant out. So that's going to be a nice success. Not an extra 400 for you.
Yeah, I think that he actually got off of it right at the last moment. It's kind of what it looked like, but...
Gotta defend yourself, man, you know?
Yeah, I mean... There was not a positive outcome, to be fair. Yeah, he got off there at the last moment. Heard GMU routing around and finding that space. One more gun round for Kansas State before they are potentially broken.
Molly out for Zoker. And similar things outside of Cave. Ansu, one of these players who do so much aggressive work on this side, will now have to take a bit of space here in Cave when it's required. A lot of it being towards mid, so now you can have this split come eventually. Crimson going to be knowing about this cheat of control.
This is fantastic, though, that mid control for GMU. They've evacuated that area now, but that's all to reinforce the defense. At B, J-Cracker here to take the first contact. Smoke for long. J-Cracker, he's checked. Gotta take that fight more aggressively. They're gonna wait in the corner. Cracking the tracers. Damage is done, but there's no frag found either. Kansas State, they've got the B site.
Doubling down with the utility as well. Plethora of it not on the George Mason side, as they do gather up like they're going to attempt this, and who would not blame them for it? Flash set forward, and unfortunately, those kills will go the way of Kansas State for the moment. 2 still up. Buddy, the last man in the effort. Kansas State, they will double up for it.
Massive round win. Talked about the reset potential there, where Kansas State would be in trouble economically if they lost. Now it's George Mason that are in the big trouble instead. Not able to win that round. Forced onto an eco into this next. And a massive opportunity for Kansas State to start farming themselves up a bit more cash. It's all going swimmingly in the second half thus far.
Nubus might have to be on the cards tonight. Only 2 separating our squads right now. We might as well sign the check for number 10. We know these Deagles can be magical. Fortunately, though, they're going to take every single precaution possible to not get caught out. Oh my goodness.
What a shot.
What a shot. And now you're even lining up the nade to try and get a nice one. Unfortunately, it's a little off the mark.
And so literally just gave him the smallest of opportunities there. The most safe jump spot you could have made. Insta-dink down. Don't know that that's going to equal anything here. USB trying to isolate one. Get damage done. Crimson with the E250. There is some real low HP bars, but all of them are going to be safe on the site. Gloink cleaning up that fight.
Very, very nice one there. As now, Kansas State, they'll take a timeout. Or George Mason, at that matter. Really, you've got to have a discussion before this next big buy. Buddy, up on 6K, you can get this op into play, which really is a great force on Ancient, but a risky investment at that.
At this point, you got to take some risks, though. Especially considering you alluded back to it a couple of times already, but I'll bring it back up. Right, Southsa was a big factor, I feel, on the CT side of Vert, and you want to get that back into play on Ancient, and that's what we're gonna see. Op does come out. Rifles across the board for the rest of the squad, and a plan of action. That mid-control we've been seeing from George Mason, I think, has been strong. The difficulty is that Kansas State haven't been giving them fights early.
No, they have not. And Crimson is holding the line right now, being so patient. Kansas State clearing out a main here, one-man crew, to get something out here onto A. You know, a lot of this could be through the split as well, but Twigs has just got to be careful. A couple of these players could be very, very jamming over to this, and just like that, you almost miss that angle, but oh my goodness, almost a bullseye into Zoker. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, he did put up the smoke right in time to cover that off, so little contact made. Zoker worse for wear, but George Mason, they'll reshuffle things around defensively. A bit more of a passive play as Zoker heads back out towards CT, is going to double up with a player on site. That's Buddy. In the meantime, Kansas State, this is that late mid-control. The one round that they lost this half was where they made a mistake and gave George Mason the fights aggressively at mid. They haven't done that since.
Buddy, now knowing that his number will be called, expecting the boost, but now you got to check multiple places. Safsa just smoked out. No support for you. And now you've got to get mobile, because right now, Buttermilk, he is putting in the work. A nice headshot back, but so little HP. And unfortunately, right back into the 2v2. My goodness.
How has J-Cracker found so much space through that smoke? Sasa seems to have an idea that there's somebody on the backside of the big box. And so This is round-winning behavior right here. Could get a free kill. Looking for the other man, and the other man falls. Now, J-Cracker all on his own. Isn't ready for the flank coming through. CT spawn. Kansas State with 11.
And that is such a beautiful scoreline. They have scored 5 rounds on their offense to just get this going. Buttermilk, an individual, 18 and 12, putting together such an effort right now.
Just a big if right there applied to GMU in that round. Doing all the right things. Kansas State just a little bit too aware right now in that post plant as well. Phenomenal. Little free shot. Deegs, we talked about their danger. And here they come to play.
It's just the pixels that he sees, right? Able to get it over the ledge. Right behind that now, suddenly, K-State down 2 men in this one. Oh, but you can just even it back. Buttermilk is a turret down there. Right around the corner for it on the third. We'll sweep it all up. Zoker, all left on B. They could be running right into him. Bomb up, and there it exposed. 1v2 now, and serious opportunity to isolate these, and there you go. 1v1 finally. Now all left on Buttermilk. This could not be more poetic.
Zoker's just created such a huge chance for for George Mason to get themselves back into this map. This would have been 12 for Kansas State. Could still be with Buttermilk on 3. Zoker the same. HP. Just 30 difference. Bit of utility, but this is not the utility moment. Zoker. Turn in, turn out, and turn down because Kansas State have 12 off the back of a Buttermilk 4K.
And that was huge, and they get their 6. Finally, a pause called out. You've got to talk about this one. A really good buy for GMU, but it's just one more hurdle that K-State have got to get over until we go on to Anubis. I mean, this has been quite the class here on the offensive side. We'll take a look at some of these. Oh, gosh, he barely catches the back of the head. Buttermilk, if he had more bullets, he would have sounded off on all those players, but Zoker is just so close to putting this one away.
Yeah, I mean, got to give credit over to Zoker. He's been having some, close moments where just 1 or 2 different things didn't quite go his way. But unfortunately, close only counts, and horseshoes and hand grenades, and this is neither. This is the semifinals. Varsity premiere here at the NACE Star League, and Kansas State currently about to push us to Anubis. One more round to do it. We'll see if South has the AWP. Yes, ready to roll.
Ready to roll indeed, trying to get it going in middle, finding nobody tweaking on it, but there is an opening kill for GMU. You can almost make it double, but there is Ansu. Part of his territory is this cave position, and he has just got that important kill back.
Ansu really been stepping up a couple of key moments in the second half as well. George Mason spreading back out. That duel, that's not one you want to fight with an AK against an AUG, that's for sure.
Now, Buddy, I'll just have to hold the line for it. Ansu, come right around the corner and just try and lead this charge. One player on a far angle. He'll take care of business. J-Cracker has gone down. One player, knife out, jump into cave. And you'll be taking care of Sasa, now on a mobile mission.
2-on-3. Still not out of this round, though. Despite how well it's gone for GMU, Kansas have their chances. Audio cue heard. Buddy knows what's going down. The range at this isn't ideal when it comes to the AK, but it's going to win out over on this day. Zoker, he's going to need a 1v2 just to keep GMU alive.
Interesting situation here. Buttermilk trying to back out. They know where the plant's going to come down, but that is a huge kill by Gloink. 2 in the dying seconds. 7 for the T-side effort, and we're going all the way to Anubis.
Anubis indeed required, but just an incredible map. Number 2, Kansas State, just all the way around. I feel like they never had a moment where they were backing down from a fight. And I say that not because of how aggressive they were, but when it came to those post-plant scenarios, like, they were always fighting hand over fist to take those more aggressive angles, and I think that also helped catch off GMU, despite the fact that in the early round, Kansas State were like, all right, you can have control, whatever.
And I mean, you see the individual step up, right? Buttermilk, that guy never gave up once and really just led, for example, elevated everybody around him. In Kansas State, they just had that late fire that put them over the edge, and I can't wait to see how they put that forward to Anubis.
Yeah, I think some of those individuals really stepping forward. You mentioned Buttermilk already, but I think team effort there as well. Generally speaking, nobody going missing, and that's sometimes just what you need to pull it off. And that's exactly what we saw. Now, with Anubis on the cards, GMU, I mean, they're in some trouble here. You have to respect that Kansas kept their mental together, as you were talking about, into Ancient, and they put GMU in a real rough spot.
They certainly have. And going here into map number 3, you're kind of getting down on your hopes. Maybe you got to just understand now. If you're gonna do it on any map, doesn't matter. Now it's Anubis, the most recent addition to the map pool. I believe the other day, Vincent, it was officially 1 year in the pool. So now you're getting up into this challenge. GMU, the score is 0-0. Your mental has to be as well. I mean, you've got to just understand that it just all comes down to your effort and your mentality in this one. Obviously, KSU, after that first map, they were angry and they wanted to get back, and they certainly showed it. It was a tight first half, but in the second half, they ran away from it. Are they able to run away into Anubis, or are the Patriots going to catch up to them, Vincent?
A good question. We'll find out that answer after this break. See you in just a moment.
I'm Ryan Pruitt. I'm a sophomore at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. I'm a full-time college student, a future nurse, a small business owner, and a cadet in the U.S. Army ROTC. I'm the son of an Army officer, so I know the opportunities the Army provides. I knew the ROTC scholarship was the right choice for me to pay for the college that I wanted to go to. More than the money, I have people who are encouraging and committed to my success. I have big goals, and the Army is helping me make them a reality. I'm future Second Lieutenant Ryan Pruitt. That's my ROTC story. What will yours be?
Los Angeles Comic-Con is back at the LA Convention Center December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Meet stars from hit movies and TV series like Matt Smith, Jamie Campbell Bower, Elijah Wood, Sean Astin, Rainn Wilson, and so much more. Shop over 800 exhibitors and artists. Experience the vibrant cosplay community and immerse yourself in the gaming and anime hall with tournaments for Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter all weekend long. Get your tickets for LA's favorite comic, gaming, anime, and pop culture convention at ComicConLA.com.
Well, hello and welcome back. I sure hope you liked what you just saw, because we got the LA Comic-Con coming up here soon enough. And listen, there is a whole lot of exciting stuff happening there. A bunch of gaming, esports, anime, all in the West Hall of the Los Angeles Convention Center on December 1st through the 3rd. Your pass will get you access to the gaming stage tournaments, Stream Studio with your favorite streamers, the free play zone with the hottest PC and console games, as well as the mix with over 10 indie games and devs on site to answer questions and talk to you. All you got to do is click that panel right down below. Use the promo code LEVELUP for $5 off of your gaming pass. Make sure that you're getting involved over there. If you haven't been to a convention like LA Comic-Con, then you definitely do not want to miss it. It's such a fantastic time, and you want to get there with code LEVELUP by clicking that panel down below to get your gaming pass right this moment. We are jumping in to map number 3 here for Counter-Strike and the semifinals, requiring Anubis, Marky. Let's get down to this business.
Anubis being that map number 3, I think where we're currently at in 2023, the meta, right, before the shift of the year, you know, we're all going to be looking towards Anubis. We're going to be looking towards Ancient, which we just saw, to decide a lot of these games. You know, this map has won the hearts of many, just hitting that 1-year mark in the pool. We've seen it updated a lot, and now, you know, it's a mainstay. Map number 3 is where we're headed. And I mean, I think this series, I hoped that it would go all 3, delivering on that level. Going to be very entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten some crazy entertainment thus far. I mean, talk about individual plays, clutch moments, ninja diffuses. I don't know if we'd call it exactly that, but whatever it was a whole ton of fun. And with Anubis on the cards, this was what we required back on Friday as well. An Anubis map 3 just kind of seems like the way things are going here for the Varsity Premier playoffs. Your initial pick, you had it on lock. You said this is going to be a 2-1, Marky, and well, it certainly is. Which direction?
I was saying that it might go the way of K-State, but I'm sitting here right before map number 3, and all I can do is flip a coin. I mean, at this point, it's anybody's game. Map number 3, maybe you can lean a little bit towards the side of momentum in that for Kansas State, you know, being that they did rip off so many.
Yeah, I think that for me, there's a couple of conversations had. Buttermilk. The first of those is Buttermilk, obviously having an incredible time just going through that second map, rather, having Ancient essentially go 1 point in 10-1 at one point in there. Obviously number 1 for me, but I also thought that we need to have the conversation about Southsa, who has had such an incredible impact over on map number 1 with the AWP. Got into the op a couple of times, but it wasn't quite the same impact on map 2. What happened there? Was it an individual problem? What were we seeing?
I would say that's a little bit more difficult to get going with the AWP on Ancient, maybe versus some other maps. You know, on Vertigo, we were sort of talking about that verticality, about really, you know, some of those A and B ramp situations where maybe you're peeking down the ramp. I mean, that's a great angle for an op. You know, it's almost easy pickings at some point. And I mean, you get onto a map like Ancient where it's a lot more linear in the way that, you know, maybe middle controls, it's something that usually is fought for in the first 5 seconds. So you kind of have to get your op control maybe out towards A solo, B in a nice, you know, pick situation. I mean, we've even seen it over towards Cave. So being that you do have a lot of options for it, it's honestly harder to decide for many players. And honestly, it's the same sort of deal on Anubis. And a person that I had the pleasure of interviewing from Team Akimbo in ESEA Maine was Florence, one of the best oppers in the North American division. And, specifically conversations that I've had, there have been lots of Ancient and Anubis faults that really just come out. And maybe it's because, these maps haven't been in the pool for 5 to 10 years. Maybe we need to get it going more. But honestly, maybe some of these newer maps falling away from some of this op aggression maybe is a good thing. It's a good change of pace.
Yeah, I think you're kind of hitting the nail right on the head there, Marky. Unfortunately, we have run into a little bit of difficulty here getting the game underway. So what we're going to do, we're going to head to another short little break. Then we're going to get Anubis going, and we'll come back in right when that is getting started. See you in a moment. After a little bit of waiting, we are into the action. It's Anubis, the final map of the semi-final. George Mason University up against Kansas State, and the hopes of the LAN finals appearance on this map, Marky.
It all comes down to this one, and it all comes down to these bunched teams, right? They're sticking together, having each other's backs. Unfortunately, completely opposite sides. Now, Kansas State, they'll realize where the actual hit is to. It's towards that alpha site.
George Mason will punch in the numbers and have the chance to at least get a little bit of a post plant. And, well, numbers going in a little slower than I had anticipated, but an adjustment to plant back of the site instead of the front, which makes sense as the post plant now gets activated.
And now they can just fight from up above. Zoker with this Glock has had so much success on it, but you tap the bomb, it's going to draw some attention, and now you will all swarm in on it. And Buttermilk's crew just makes do. 5 stay alive.
I mean, just every gunfight won there. It's absurd to think about. Kansas State, they didn't lose anybody on that retake, and it was a 5-on-5 retake to start things out. Craziness in map number 3. George Mason, we know the business. We know the deal, Marky. It's the force buy. Galil's for everybody.
What I like to see. Get that bomb plant. It's naturally going to be the situation for it, right? You see $50, $0 in a lot of the bank accounts. On the other side, you got the full SMG crew, Vincent.
I can't believe I'm watching a P90 at work right now. It's an expensive weapon for not a lot of extra damage.
Not a lot of extra bullets, though.
That's true. Bullets for days.
It's a lot of Galils that they're going into as well. They've really got to catch the timings on it, because these Galils, they'll win these one-on-one fights just at the range. Jay Cracker will put you down, and I mean, I don't even know if the P90 is going to be able to compete with this long range. Good luck.
Yeah, like, that's why the P90 is just a tough weapon to have at that range, particularly. If you can't, keep on the move, it's just losing battles. Now, HP starting to get lower. That is going to give opportunities away. Out of bullets for Taser. Almost out of life, but Crimson down low. Salsa had to win that fight and does so. GMU, they've done it again. A little bit of a mirror image of our second map, round 1 and round 2.
Certainly so. Right, back, and forth. GMU going to be on that T side, and again, we'll sort of go back to really being that these are some of the newer maps in the pool. You're going to be having sort of this sidedness comes out, right? This is a Counter-Strike concept that we sort of have get going on. These defenses and offensive, they'll switch off, right? Both of these teams will have the chance, but right now, George Mason, they have a golden opportunity for this one. I mean, back on the Galils again, going in against another very desperate force buy. And you're going to see these deals have to pop off here because otherwise it's just going to be down in the dumps again economically.
I will say, in some ways, these Deagles better than the MP9s in certain situations. Particularly, like, if you had Deagles on that retake, it was 3 Deags instead of a P90 and 2 MP9s. That would have probably, at least for players of this skill level, been better. But the problem is, the early round, the Deags, effective as they are, going to be tough to withstand here. George Mason, slow and steady as their approach. They've just poked at mid, not really taken full control of it, but for the moment, Ansa, who was there, is no longer involved.
Joker will now just lead the charge. All his players all around, and now an assist. Taser gone down by Jay Cracker. Now the cat out of the bag, straight into camera right now. A will be the destination, and really it's just Buttermilk to try and respond. I mean, his crew has not done well here in this force buy, and I mean, really wasn't a great opportunity.
Maybe rifle recovery is there. Yeah, Buttermilk gonna grab that Galil. It's a win. Unfortunately, Zoker, the only man to go down, and so the CT's falling apart there as the utility got expended. George Mason University right back in winning ways. The Patriots have a second victory. Kansas State probably forced onto an eco, presumably.
Certainly so. Blank on the 5-7 as well. Got to get it all now. George Mason, this thing can be teetering over to their side. Looking for this third right now. Going up against these pistols, and could be a pretty easy one. And Vincent, you know, one thing that we were talking about, right, with these opportunities, there are a lot of longer range examples on this map where the op may shine. Not in this situation, apparently.
Oh, man. Great spray down from Crimson. Will eventually run out of bullets, but he saved the round for George Mason. Absolutely saved it. That's where the USPs and pistols can really overwhelm you. Op recovered as well. So money is not as brutal as it would have been. They'll have to rebuy that, but 3 players down on a round where Kansas State really didn't have much invested.
And that will be very nice for them. That was quite a hectic round, though, I will say. 2 forward by Ansu, shut down by the triple spray. All getting hectic here, as now Kansas State, they want to now compete for an opening kill. That smoke was swayed away for a moment, but nobody found anything on it.
Utility getting expended. Out mid to start with. The 2-2-1 setup for the moment for Kansas State. Pretty normal to have this level of players just committed to taking mid control, holding mid control more than anything. Taking up a big deal. At least not for the CT side. But patience on display for the moment for GMU. Not sure if that smoke was intended to just be for bridge.
Pulling back on it as well. 1 minute has gone off the board. Zoker right around the corner from getting this thing going, and player at this pillar will mark a response, and there is your opening kill. Buttermilk responds, but now you're not going to get more than one. Unfortunately, the site will fall.
Molotov as well. That's going to cut off rotations and a flashbang to push off the long player just in case. Phenomenal bits of utility here for George Mason once they got control of this site, but they haven't gotten the bomb down. Giving Ansa the possibilities of taking these fights. The op misses the mark, and now that's when Twigs can get activated through Palace, but only gets the 1-for-1.
Crimson will back up on it in a nice swing. Just trade it out. Ansu will try and break back in through CT, but any opportunity in this could be given up. Unfortunately, Zoker will not get out the ace, but don't blame him for trying. Ansu now will be dying, and that will be another round stacked up on top of another. 4 will be your number.
George Mason University taking control of this map, but I want to cast your mind back, Marky, to both the first and the second maps in the series. This is exactly how it went for George Mason in map number 1 and for Kansas State map number 2. And at the end of the half, in both cases, there was some sort of comeback, right? The halftime comeback there for George Mason in map number 2, and the ultimate near comeback in map number 1 for Kansas State. This early control means a lot, but it doesn't mean victory.
No, that's a very good point to bring up as well, because really the only thing you should check on is maybe that gas tank. See if Kansas State have any more effort to give back for it. Right now, just got to be rotating the stack over, falling one by one, almost in middle. Just going to get away for another moment, but George Mason, they stand 5 strong, and they will try and stand up into B right now, where only one man will be near in that temple position.
Buttermilk getting damaged a little bit, though, and that engagement doesn't feel ideal. This B site pretty clear and open. Twigs was the only one even putting up a hint of a response, and he will go down. Kansas, no guns to recover. And really, I mean, saving the armor, I guess, is okay for Buttermilk, but Anso doesn't even have anything else to save.
Go for it, I guess. Trade bird, get it done, and you'll try and save over this armor if you can, but you're just getting desperate here. And you can maybe try and land a cheeky 1D. Fortunately, does not come over. 5-1 is your score.
And George Mason, the way that they've been approaching these rounds has been phenomenal. You saw 2 different looks in these early rounds, the very defaulty style that is pretty much the go-to style, I think, for Anubis T side. I think that most teams would say that, you know, if you're not defaulting pretty much every round, you're sort of giving up a lot of space that can be problematic. But the way that George Mason can pick up the pace almost immediately and go wherever they find an advantage, that's what's so impressive.
Certainly so. Ansu will hold the line, teeing off on it. Twigs will put this flash up forward. Try and just stay away. Crimson has done well to get some space, but this is where it's got to come down to it. Opera will try and make this a doable situation, but you're going to try and get in on that camera. Barrel spotted. Nice headshot. Twigs looking for the next damage done by the wall bang and not going to finish it. Crimson with a very nice headshot.
Crimson gets away with that too, and there's the opening pick over at A. Zoker, he's on 1 HP, but Taser mollied out and doesn't take the fight. Crimson will go down. The 3-on-3 now. Smoke, bit of a weird spot. Doesn't quite cover off the entirety of camera, but bomb has been planted. Boink, massive damage through the edge of that smoke. 2 men down. J-Cracker alone, and he'll fall as well. George Mason, they get the post plant, but they can't win the round.
No, they cannot. Buttermilk, he's going to be happy to get that one up, getting their second round on the board finally, and now they can start to try and build on top of that one. A great entrance into A and Twigs. This was just a huge moment right here. Getting that damage done, information onto the next, but it allowed for this beautiful retake, and they really just put it in the details.
I love how swiftly Kansas State got into position for that retake. They realized, hey, George Mason don't have a lot of time. Did that flash
did that just happen?
I have so much time in the game of Counter-Strike. I've never seen that happen.
I don't think I have either. That is insane.
For those who missed it,
Bravo.
A flashbang just knocked off a different flashbang. Like they contacted in the air.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And my goodness, I mean, that won't let us sway away from what's actually happening. A little bit of utility blunder can only add up to so much, but it adds to an opening kill for KSU. And right now, George Mason, they're getting close to trying evening this up, but right now they're not taking advantage of it, finding a player in the back. Soker now is.
Zoker found a ridiculous timing right there. Twigs a bit committed to the angle, but loses out. Buttermilk now on the back of the site, needs to do it all on his lonesome. Great decision making from GMU, taking their time with it. Ansa with a missed shot. Had so many opportunities, and with the smoke in the way, his decision making becomes a lot more difficult.
Soker will just come around into this temple position, trying to find out where these players will be entering from. It's going to be in from CT, in from this Canals position where you might least expect it. Taser now puts the smoke up, trying to sway away from A main, but now the setup, it'll chomp down. Ansu won't even give it a chance in this round, and you cannot run away because they will just put you down. That op recovered as well. Suddenly, GMU, they're back.
And that was a round that Kansas State had an opening pick. They won the immediate duel. They had themselves an advantage. And Zoker given so much space, able to just walk right up to E-Box and win the fight.
Oh, man.
That is incredible. This is back to the actual game. That is the fight right there from Zoker that was so key, catching the timing onto the E-Box player, and then trading out effectively, allowing J-Cracker to take that fight while Zoker low HP in the back, allowing the victory. Kansas State already down one man in this round.
Unfortunate. Now you're going to try and lurch forward. You do get shut down. Sasso on that op again. Now just forge forward with this Deagle. Not going to be finding much for free yet. Crimson getting back in on this one. We'll just rotate over.
Just got to stick together at this point. Man, advantage such that it is for GMU. They'll put the numbers in and put that bomb down over at B. Taser and Twigs. I mean, Taser's got a boatload of utility. It would be great to save that for the next round. But Twigs, low HP, little armor, but I don't know that there's as much to save there.
Oh. Just shut down like that. Yeah, you can get that couple of nades over. That'll be very nice for you. And I believe it is that full armor that he does have. But no, actually, not including that helmet. Not including the helmet. Just the Kevlar, the vest for Taser. As it will be close, and Crimson may have spotted his shoulder, but a pixel at that. Not to hop on it. 7-2. My gosh.
Kansas State, they have really struggled to find footing in this map, but getting an op back in the hands of Ansu gotta feel like a priority #1 situation. Early E-Box smoke thrown out by the T's. Kansas State not able to full take towards mid, though that smoke does give them some space. That's why the E-Box smoke early sometimes a problem.
Hands out early, and the player on the left of this smoke must survive only for a moment. Twigs put down. And now, Buddy right outside of this B position. Just to be bothered by his smoke again. 4v4 is where we find ourselves. And a lot of this leaking in through middle.
This mid kill is the important frag. And phenomenal work with Ansu finding Buddy over at B. Now there's really not a lot of options left for GMU. They have to fight mid or they have to group up at A. There's one or two. Cannot wait too long, and they have it. They're just going to isolate. Fight on the site. Crimson, so many places to check, and doesn't check the site itself. J-Cracker will get a trade frag. He's just swinging. Oh my goodness, Gloink with utter aggression. But there's 2 1v1s to be had here. Sasa with an AWP.
Oh, and just taken care of like that. We hit round number 10 with the end and a headshot. And honestly, you got to point it right to Glink right there. You're exactly correct. I mean, that was quite the commitment on just what was little time. I mean, you got to just inject yourself into the site right there. Perfect timing for it. Kansas State, a very nice round, and still feeling like they're in this one. An op up as well.
Meticulous half put together by George Mason thus far, but that could all essentially be changed by 1 or 2 more rounds for Kansas State. Salsa. Opening pick once again. And Gloink, who I think grabbed the AWP from the corpse there of Ansu. Try and bring that back to the forefront. Never mind. What is going on? What are all these gun drops happening?
I couldn't even tell you. Crimson next here to try and lurch in the middle, flash in the face of Twigs, but they're just going to shy away from it. The B site looking to be hooked up here. Zoker, patient on the angle, is going to be clean on it. Unfortunately, that is Buttermilk to fall. He's going to have to stay hard on the angle. Does, and that's a first recover. Flops out to the M4, but while doing so, it's taken advantage of. Kansas State, they just lose out on another one.
Love how Buddy's just willing to walk through that smoke for his teammate. Knows that the timing is right, and I think a lot of times it's difficult to make that commitment, right? You're walking through a smoke, there's so much unknown on the other side, but Buddy taking advantage of that and gets 2 kills for his trouble.
Taser can be left alive as well, full belt, not a nade spent, and can really just need to keep the hopes alive at this point. Kansas State, you get onto this T side, it's like a whole new world you can open up, but at a certain point, you can't get discouraged. Right now, you have LAN finals on the line, and that is going to be an extra sting in doing so, and Sasso's going to let him know to stay down.
8-3. Massive round, I think, for Kansas State. Getting that 4th round, I'll tell you what I think it does. You know, it gives you a little bit more time if you don't win a pistol for you to be doing okay. It also gives you the space to work with if you don't win the first round. 9-3, on the other hand, it's sort of imperative that you win the first round.
And that's to say the least, right? I mean, Blink is just going to be lucky to be on this side at B where they can just ride or die in this duo. And now Zoker, it's exactly not where you want to have this fight going. Zoker has been so successful from this position. 8-3 right now.
6.
Yeah, just been
Zoker.
A demon.
I don't know how you stop him, but he's currently stopped. Holding strong, evacuating that area back to the A site. We haven't seen a lot of A main approaches, and who's got the op ready to go? Not an op, a scout, excuse me. And it's good enough.
It certainly is. Now you sit another man up, Kansas State. You can get this at 8-4. You'll feel very comfortable going forward on your T side. Now Zoker is going to be a player that's hard to get out of the game permanently. Smokes forward on it, and now Glink, it's your time to shine. Molly's coming out. Now you have the joint to just pop up. Unfortunately, does not get the double, but the damage done. Look at Taser's position, looking to get going on this. The smokes not attractive enough to go through.
And he'd be a little bit concerned about getting lost in the sauce there. Jay Cracker, I love this routing. To confirm, they've already tried to check this angle, but they don't know that he's gotten back in here. A crossfire set, and Jay Cracker and Buddy do the damage. Jay Cracker with 3 is GMU their 9th round. Big clutch.
Talk about choke point. I mean, they just doubled up right there on the site. Let the easy ones get going. Zoker, they just fry their way right in, but take the advantage you can. And I mean, this is pretty much as good as it gets in terms of crossfires, and I wouldn't blame you for calling a timeout. This is a big pistol round.
Looks like GMU actually taking this one. Getting a few moments into the pistol, even despite their lead. Kansas State, the one with the heaviest burden on their shoulders, to be sure. You're looking down the kill totals here. Gotta ask the question, right? Where's Twigs at right this moment? That was a big factor, I feel, overall in this series. Currently a little bit missing. There's time for that to change, and I'd love to see it happen now.
Certainly time to change on it indeed, but now you will head over towards this A site. Glocks in hand. one more chance to really give yourself a great start into what could be a comeback that would lead you all the way to Boise State. And Twigs,
Triple push.
the man that we were just talking about, will lead the charge.
GMU have so much info. J-Cracker knows that they're coming. Their shot missed the mark. Second to follow that, covering fire. Allow Twigs to the bomb planted into space gained. This is the retake. 5-on-5, same situation. All the way forward. It's Taser and Buttermilk left alone with Buttermilk down. Now Taser solo, isolating the duel.
Sasva, this would have to be a huge one for this one. But you've got to be kidding me. Kansas State, they are not out of this game yet, Vincent. It's map number 3, and they are just getting started. That's a beautiful pistol round victory.
Crazy how the lines are drawn. Similarities between the first half pistol and this second. Little 5v5 post-plant position. And where Kansas State found their success, then they find the same now. Timeout called a tactical one as Kansas State talk things over once again. I will say GMU not looking like they're buying. I'd love to see an eco.
Certainly so. Just bump it up for one more round, right? When it gets to the point at which you can afford these rifles, you will have done it responsibly and really just to the point where give it your best shot in that rifle round. Galils will be what you likely see on this one. Don't make it too complicated. Maybe just do that economic damage that we all like to see.
Right now, looking like the 4 towards A, 1B type of situation. They're being heard, being spotted, being known. There's Twigs, gonna clean them up. The support of Ansu on the other side of it. This should be the A site free and clear, but they're gonna group up just in case, play together.
Might as well. Don't let anything get away from you, especially when you're in this one round at a time mentality. Buttermilk will be sort of leading the squad in here. And 2 players left alive in mid. They could just regroup if they would like, but try and break into what is really an impenetrable fortress.
Especially with that smoke in position. There's 2 more smokes as well. GMU have no way back into this one. Zucker hoping that somebody's going to get curious, get a little interested. Doubtful. Kansas State know how important not losing these weapons are.
Yeah, and they're just dipping out, right? Both of these players, they're able to get back in on it. Maybe even just getting on the bomb for a moment, but that bomb radius is quite large. Wouldn't be quite surprised, actually. All of these players for Kansas State will stay up.
Anubis is the dud one.
Yes.
So, yeah. Inferno, you're just dead. Like, that same distance, you're dead on Inferno, don't worry.
With 100 HP.
Mm-hmm. And full armor.
Anything you could want. And still wouldn't matter. But right now, George Mason, they have patiently waited for a bye to get their opportunities going on. Now trying to get it going here down in Canals.
George Mason, they knew in the first half how important this canal control is, and they know in the second as well. Ansu dispatched, and without a trade or anyone in the ballpark to take a fight to try and trade that out, it'll be George Mason evacuating the canal area and with a man advantage.
Defense will shift over. Now the aggression back in, and what a shot by Twigs. Just getting his aggression going there, picking up on the ecos. He's warmed up now. Now the answer is finally there for what the next aggression is going to be. Teased on A right now, but now you're trying to re-aggress through mid, and that's not going to be successful. Down through Canals is the next best option.
There is one player towards Temple at the moment. It's Buddy. Smoke goes out, numbers punched in, but Buddy, love that. Don't overextend. Don't try to take that fight. You got 4 players alive. Wait for them all to get into position. A lurk, or rather a flank upcoming. And here we go.
Taser holding the line for it. One player right around the corner, and Gloink just does let that one go. And you will be swarmed in upon. W with a nice double up. And that will be double digits found. George Mason, the Patriots on top.
Strong start to the second half for Kansas State. Let's not pretend, but first gun round, thing of beauty there for George Mason. It all starts with this canal aggression. Zoker there to deliver the frag, and phenomenal shot there from Twiggs, but for him to step up, he does. Unfortunately, it's just not enough.
And now the AK is back out. You've got to respond to Kansas State. There's not a huge room for error right here when you have the money that you do. You're down in the rounds that you are. You just have to put your best foot forward now. And Sasa, again, knowing that George Mason, with the utility that they have gained, right, it was a desperate situation. That pick came from Canals. It was so important. Now Gloink, he's looking for something similar.
Yeah, I mean, eyes on a swivel down in that area, knowing how much that was impacting the previous round. Taking that space for Kansas State. They're not quite in E-box yet, but they're approaching that position with Taser in position. Looking likely to be more of a B-split type of scenario, but there's still so much time left on the clock. Nothing to guarantee.
And that smoke down on it. 1 minute now ticking. You're really just waiting for who's going to slip up first. Blank. They've had so much success from Canals. Flip side for GMU, right? You remember Zoker just being so aggressive in that position. Opened up so much towards B. And as much as George Mason, they knew how to exploit it. They know to take care of things. Now there's your opener over towards the other side of the map. Ansu gets one right back.
Twigs lurk out. Looked good. Gloink going to be doing the same thing here at B. He seems somewhat aware of it. Fight 1 as Ansu falls. Buddy as well over in mid. Zoker knows what's going down, though, as the bomb plant is heard. Still, same situation as the last round. Kansas State down by 2 members as GMU tried to get themselves a retake set.
This defense knocking out the door for it. One headshot has gone the way. Gloink has taken down Stoker, but now everything will just come in, and there it all falls to Jay Cracker. My goodness, really just trades out perfectly, almost goes the way of Kansas State, right? But GMU, man advantage, that's how they'll get it done. 11-5, and only 2 separate them from going all the way to that LAN finals.
Gloink, such an incredible moment there as well. Watch these shots, just supremely confident on these angles. But unfortunately, it's just not enough. The numbers game was at the disadvantage for Kansas State from the beginning, and despite some heroics from Gloink, it was not enough. 11-5 and a timeout called.
Yeah. At what point do you just take the moment, breathe it all in, Vincent? Here you are, map number 3. We fought so long to get right to this point, and now there has to be a call that is made. Somebody in this 30-second window that you have to come up with something, anything. What do you tell your squad, Vincent, when you're in this situation?
You know, I think that at this point for Kansas State, it's got to be the same beck and call that we've been talking about. You know, we're in this. We were in it back on Vertigo. It was almost there. We can do the same thing here and actually complete that comeback. You're never out till it's over. In Kansas State, they certainly aren't. I would never expect for them to be given this up. They still have the fight in them. See what that looks like.
Right outside of A, Buttermilk around this corner, and now information gained by Jay Cracker will let these players into the site on it. Unfortunately, this allows to just be broken in by Crimson. How deadly is that?
Absurd to take that fight from Crimson. Just So much space that should have been there for Kansas State, denied by the CT, just taking that fight down. Another one by the AWP of Southside. Oh, the no-scope to shut down the final man. 12-5 for the Patriots.
I just cannot believe what I saw right there. Crimson off of a timing guess. Not one, not two, but three. I mean, this was insane. Finding the planter, and then it all just comes down to it. My goodness. Even the wall bang for it, and then the no-scope to send it off. GMU, they're knocking out the door.
They're not just knocking, they're kicking. That door is nearly broken, nearly no more.
The economy as well, you look at it for K-State, they couldn't have less. Mac 10s, 1 AK, and a scout. This is not what you want to be on when it matters the most.
Not in the slightest. Here we are, though. Got to work with what you've got. And Zoker thinking about maybe getting a forward position. This close range angle definitely favors the SMGs, but the AWP, nothing to be favored there. Southside going to deliver flashbang to get forward positioning, and Buttermilk falls. More to be found. 3-on-5. As Kansas State, rough space to be in.
Oh, right there, just putting it down to these last two players, Gloink and Taser. You can only do so much. You've had such a great season to this point, but can you bring the effort for one more moment? Soaker right around the corner for it. This is not the player you want to see, but the kill does come back.
Know about him. And they know how to find this fight. Both fights won. It's up to J-Cracker. Was on the rotate. He's on the flank, actually. Coming from B main. Slow and steady in the move there, but Link and Taser currently just stacking up together. Playing this as close to the vest as they can.
Slow and steady as he goes. This is his chance to try and win the race. A 1v2 it would be, but there you go. Kansas State, they'll extend us for at least one more.
There we go. Kansas State, it's the start of a monumental effort. Will they succumb to the GMU domination that we've been seeing over this third map? That is the question. GMU finally broken. Money in their back pocket is not so much this round. A couple of deagles, but USPs for everyone else. We'll stack up towards B.
Ooh. Nade damage not coming through quite yet, but we're going to try and stay on top of this, just in the form at which, really, against these pistols, you don't want to let anything easy slip. Economical as they have been, really just keeping track of the details. They're going to have to keep track of really how they have nothing to give, and right now, that's going to be the attitude you want to see right there with the headshot of the J-Cracker starting us off.
Yeah, gotta get started early in a round like this, especially considering that, you know, the economy, not so big a deal. You know, so losing players, especially on the T side, not a problem per se. But it is potentially an issue is, you know, giving George Mason an inch, they take a mile. Nothing given over here. That's a little deagle spam, nice shot, but it's a quick cleanup. Kansas State starting to feel a little bit better.
Back against the wall, gun around time, unless George Mason, they have a lot to go with on this one, but I could see another really strong half-buy attempt going into this, and then almost you have that must win, but they go for that full buy right now, and really, it's pretty strong. I mean, they're kind of lacking on some of the nades, but a good shot to put forward and getting this one over with.
Oh, the AWP missing the mark. Great work. Haven't gotten to see all of that, I feel, from Ansu throughout this map, but Sansa dispatched this Ochre to follow. State showing this ain't over.
Just a met up at that A site, right? Now you'll have that opportunity to keep lurking on through. J-Cracker has done so well, but there's Crimson getting in the back lines, and now suddenly we're in a 3v3.
Still anticipating another player towards B, but no one's there. Just a full rotate through the canal. Oh, and it's a phenomenal find there from Crimson. That's the information. It looked like they were heading towards A, but a bit of a game time decision right there for Kansas State to head back B.
Blank. Meeting up with the crew. Ansu. This is how you get in for it. Up on your back. Can you keep your squad alive? Bomb, it'll go down. But now you've just got to lock in for the round, and who else would you rather have but Goink? 20 and 14 so far.
Smoke for Palace. On inside that Molotov. They're coming in. Walking forward. It's a double swing. There's two of them, and Ansu can't complete it. The flick misses the mark. George Mason University, they have their tickets booked to the grand finals here at the Varsity Premier Playoffs. They'll be headed to the LAN event happening in December. Phenomenal work as they best Kansas State University.
And my, oh my, have they convincingly punched their ticket. I mean, this was no contest without it being the entire journey. I mean, it really took us all three maps. Both of these squads played their hearts out. GMU, they're going to be pushing their tickets to Boise State. And unfortunately, Kansas State, that's going to be the end of their amazing season.
Putting together a whole lot of good work throughout this season, both squads, but at the end of the day, George Mason doing such a good job in this final map, I think, of taking space and holding it, making sure to have the right control. Particularly Zoker had such an incredible impact, I think.
Yeah, it really just came in from every single player, and my goodness. I mean, I'm at a loss right now. GMU, they just built it all the way back, all the way in Anubis. You know, it took them over the hurdle of Ancient, their own map selection. It was close on there as well. You saw Second Life from Kansas State, that it was just completely matched on map number 3, and Anubis was quite the ball that we all hoped for. But congratulations to George Mason, those Patriots. You will see him at the finals.
That you will. We are going to get to have a conversation as well with one of the GMU players, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to get that prepared as well. Just talking of some of the contacts here, GMU, a team that, you know, 5-1 over the regular season, as we talked about. Big victories in the round of 8 against Stony Brook. We talked about that as well. But now they meet whoever it will be. We don't know yet. RIT up against Fisher College later tonight. That is who they will meet, one of those two squads in the finals here. Just so excited to see what they have to offer there. But I want to just kind of touch on Kansas State before we move on. I feel like that was a really impressive game from Kansas State because they kept in it. Lots of mental battles in that matchup. And Markey, there was never a moment where I felt Kansas had just kind of lost out that battle in their own head. They always felt like they were in the mindset that they were still going to win, and that was what was so impressive to me, bringing it back and nearly able to pull up a reverse sweep.
Exactly. Even right at the end, that last round that we see GMU win, they're trying their tails off in that one, right? On Ancient, it almost looked like at one point Buttermilk was keeping the team afloat. Everybody came to play, and even so on Anubis, it was quite a competitive feat. But yeah, I mean, you just see it happen in all those 3 maps. And, oh, man, I mean, what a fitting end to the season. Unfortunately, for K-State, they played their hearts out. Fortunately, won't be able to go to that LAN final, but they should be proud with how they did. Taking down Stony Brook in the quarters was one that we will be thinking about next season and for seasons many more after that. But congratulations to GMU for booking that ticket all the way to the finals themselves.
Indeed, and as much as I want to talk more about Counter-Strike, we'll pause that for one moment to mention, if you don't know already, about the partnership that NACE is doing with Ubisoft to debut a video series later this fall featuring different schools that are actively involved in the Rainbow Six community. Well, this is me letting you know and asking you, if you do have a strong competitive program or a vibrant community in Rainbow Six, that we want to hear from you. We want you to apply, which you can do right now over at playfly.com/rainbow-6. So if you are interested and meet some of those requirements, hey, definitely check it out and tell us what you have going on. We'd love to hear from you. With that being said, Marky, swapping back over to the Counter-Strike discussion, I want to know, like, if you have to pull out one individual there from GMU that you would say probably the MVP candidate for this series, who would that be? It's a tough task, I know, but try to grab somebody.
I mean, that's quite a loaded question. You know, there were so many moments where a lot of these players just stood up and were just unbelievable. Crimson was an absolute beast for the squad. Zoker as well. So many of these moments were just defined by individuals, but I would have to probably give it to Crimson.
All right. Well, the good news is that we are going to talk to Crimson. We get to talk to Crimson right now. So let's bring Crimson in. Hello and welcome to the stream. First of all, congratulations on your victory. What are you guys feeling off the back of that?
The sound cut out. I'm sorry.
On the stream. All good.
Oh, all good. Did you hear my question or no? Oh,
there, I can hear you now. Yeah, all right, go
okay. Well, yeah, I was just saying congratulations on the victory. What you guys feeling there in the room? Talk me through it. What were you guys talking about, and how does this feel?
Feels great. The table was shaking as soon as we got the last kill. Everyone was up in their seats. We had to remind everyone to defuse first. And other than that, yeah, just good vibes all around.
Hey, it always does indeed feel good. With that, you've booked your ticket victory to the finals here on LAN as well. What does that mean for you guys and your team? I hear people in the background talking about it. What does that look like for you guys?
For most of us, I don't know. I think for most of us, it's going to be our first LAN, so I think it's going to be interesting. I think, for all of us, we kind of just joined this team just to play because we all like CS, and then to just have the opportunity to go to a LAN and actually do something is kind of sick. So I guess it's something like we'll probably make a good memory for our college careers. Just something fun.
Certainly so. And, you're headed towards that final, right? You got these two teams battling out tonight. How does it feel to be the first team to punch your ticket to the finals? Does that provide some sort of comfort?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. The other team actually upsetted someone else in their previous match. And, before the match, we're always saying it doesn't matter if they're the 8th seed and we're 2nd seed. We still got to play like how we play. There are moments where, we were a little bit shaky, but then the timeouts, restructuring, we didn't expect to lose an Ancient, but, you just got pulled through at the end.
So who are we playing?
Certainly so. And what's the attitude going towards that land? Obviously, you guys are excited, but how do you try and focus up for that? This is a big opportunity for you guys.
We already have our IGL telling us what we're gonna do now, so we got a little homework to do now.
That's what I like to hear. Get prepared.
All right, yeah. Thank you guys.
Who is the IGL there, by the way? Who's calling the shots for you guys?
It's kind of a mix. Out of any of the players, it's Seth and Zoker that have the most experience of just like IGLing and playing in teams, and we all just try filling in the roles. And we all respect their calls and everything equally. So we kind of listen to them, figure it out from there, and everyone's given a task, and we try to do it as well as we can.
Cool. Well, with all of that said, I'll let you get back to your team. Before we do let you go, though, congratulations one more time, and any shout-outs, people you want to say hello to while you're on stream?
No shout-outs, but just want to say thank you guys for interviewing and hosting this all. It's a great tournament. Thank you guys. I'm excited for the LAN. All right.
Thank you, and
Fantastic.
Congratulations again, man.
Always good to talk to Crimson there, and I think some good input and some good mindsets as well, right? Like immediately right back to the thought of like, okay, here's what we're gonna do, here's how we're going to approach it, etc. I think that got to keep that in mind, and that's what we saw from them throughout the series. Kept it very strong throughout, keeping the mental attitude good.
Yeah, and those seem like some like-minded individuals over there. I'm sure that room was quite hype after it all went down, and I can't blame him. And you know what? He did highlight a very good point at which, really, going through your journey, your collegiate journey, this is going to be a highlight for everybody, no matter how it goes. And what an exciting situation to find yourself in. These guys came together for the love of the game, and now they're finding themselves with the ticket punched to the LAN Grand Final.
that is the case. With that being said, Marky, it is just about that time for us to say goodbye. This will be the final playoff broadcast until the grand finals for Varsity Premier. We have the Open Premier finals happening. I think that's on the 1st of December, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll have that. But Varsity done and dusted until those grand finals. So it's been an exciting time. And, well, the excitement does indeed continue there for the finals. Before we get going, though, do want to say a quick shout out and thank you to all of our sponsors that have helped bring this entire season to life, that being CDW, Alienware, Pizza Hut, Extra Life, Monster Energy, Duncan, Mavix, Odyssey Mushroom, Elixir, US Army ROTC, and LA Comic-Con, all a fantastic part of the NACE family here. With that being said, thank you so much for watching. Peace out. Have a good night.